We are now live streaming.
Okay, thanks.
Hello, it's Bonnie. How are you?
Having a great time. How are you?
Can't wait for today's meeting. How's Mexico?
Mexico is fantastic. I'm enjoying it.
Great. Talk to you later.
Okay.
Good afternoon and welcome to City Council meeting for Tuesday, March the 11th. And we will start off with the acknowledgement statement. The City of Lethbridge acknowledges that we're gathered on the lands of the Blackfoot people of the Canadian Plains and pays respect to the Blackfoot people past, present, and future while recognizing and respecting their cultural heritage, beliefs, and relationship to the land. The City of Lethbridge offers respect to the Métis and all who have lived on this land and made Lethbridge their home. I'm going to move on to recognitions to, a roll call, Madam City Clerk.
Thank you, Mayor Higgin. Councillor Campbell?
Present.
Councillor Crowson?
Present.
Councillor Dodick?
Present.
Councillor Middleton Hope?
Hola, I'm present.
Councillor Parker? Councillor Schmidt-Rempel?
Here.
Acting Mayor Carlson?
Hola.
Deputy Mayor Palladino?
Present.
And Mayor Higgin.
Present.
All present, thank you.
All right. Starting off with recognitions to my far left, Councillor Dodick.
Thank you. My recognition goes out to Councillor Belinda Crowson. And the reason for that is I have my eldest grandchild is in grade 6, and I was invited to go on the tour by my grandchild, but unfortunately either she or her mother gave me the wrong date, so I missed it. But she tells me that it was a wonderful tour and that she really enjoyed herself, and that Councillor Crowson explained everything as much as you can to a grade 6er. Her only disappointment was that someone beat her to her grandfather's chair, but she was apparently one of the quiet ones that was allowed to sit in the horseshoe, but she ended up actually sitting in Councillor Crowson's chair. So it was she was doubly happy. So thank you for doing these tours, Councillor Crowson. I know I could not do them, so thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Campbell.
Shout out to the International Women's Day breakfast, which was held on Friday. My pleasure to attend and listen to a great speech by Jess Shorten. It was very inspirational. Also, along with Deputy Mayor Palladino, we were at the raising of the Franco-Alberta flag at La Cité de Prairie. The thing that I got to meet one of the gals that's working upstairs in the Family Resource Center. That her name is Destiny McLean, and she is the first person to graduate from L'École La Vendrée. Plus, her daughter also graduated, so 2 generations have graduated from the French school here in the city, so it's kind of cool. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Carlson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I had nothing, but now I want to give a toast to my colleague Mark Campbell for his French accent, which was on point today. Nothing, Your Worship.
Thank you, Councillor Schmidt-Rempel.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Congratulations to the recipients of this year's Lethbridge Polytechnics Honoring Excellent Awards, Teresa Yauk, Chad Nilsson, and Jordan Schellenberg. The awards are being held on April 3rd with more information on the Polytechnics website. Also, congratulations to this year's Women of Distinction Award recipients, Marl Kaina Tari, Dr. Carly Adams, Dr. Saya Zelke, Anna Chapman, and Dr. Bev Mendel-Altherston. And thank you to the YWCA for this annual event and what you do in our community. And I would also like to extend a welcome to the University of Lethbridge's municipal government class who are sitting in our audience today.
Excellent. To my far right, Councillor Hola, Councillor Middleton Hope. Do you have anything to add for recognitions?
Councillor Schmidt-Rempel or yourself might make mention of our trip up to Edmonton, so I'll leave that for you.
All right, Councillor Crowson.
Thank you, Mayor Higgin. I had a great joy of being one of the judges at this year's annual spelling bee aria Northcott. Considering their ages and the words they were given, one of which was camouflage and was spelled correctly by one of the young people, it was an absolutely amazing spelling bee, and so proud of the Lethbridge Public Library for doing it. I also had a chance to speak last week at the Alberta Sugar Beet Growers Association's 100th. It's a good reminder that we have the 100th year of the sugar beet industry being in southern Alberta, the second time we started it in 1925. And that factory in Tabor is the only sugar that is actually made in Canada. It's the only sugar beet factory. And it's a reminder that sometimes we need to make sure we keep producing and manufacturing things in Canada, because when things go horribly wrong around the world, you want to have the ability to have those things in our own country. So a reason to support that industry and others like them that keep doing the work here in Canada. A reminder for those of you who like dessert and math, on the 14th, on Friday, is Pi Day, 3.14. So a good excuse to go out and get yourself pie or to learn what the actual pi number is. And the 15th, on Saturday, is the Ides of March, something about dictators being killed historically, and I'll just end there.
Thank you, Councillor Croson. Councillor Palladino.
Thank you, Chairman. On Thursday, I brought greetings on behalf of yourself and Council to the 7th Annual Rotary Club Ag Scholarship Gala. Each year, the Ag Scholarship Dinner raises thousands of dollars to further recognize the importance of agriculture in our community by supporting local students in pursuit of an agricultural career. And as mentioned by Councillor Campbell, I attended the for flag raising of that school as well, or that program.
Thank you, Councillor Parker. All right, thank you. And first of all, I want to give a shout out to Deputy Acting Mayor and anyone else that was able to fill in. It's been a lot of traveling to Edmonton this last month and this month here with Budget, Alberta Municipalities Convention, also that we were at last week, as well as the Regional Municipality Convention that is next week. And so I want to thank those that fill in. There's many different requests that come in, and instead of saying no, there's many of you, and I want to thank you all for stepping up and attending these events within our community. Also, the International Women's Day, there's so many incredible women to recognize, and two that we have sitting around the horseshoe I want to recognize. I know although the day is past, Councillor Croson and Councillor Schmidt-Rempel for the work that you do on our council, as well as the many in our community that make our community a better place. I was very happy to be able to nominate Dr. Zilke here, which received a Women of Distinction Award at YWCA. So again, thank you to the YWCA that we've already heard of the work that they did in that Women of Distinction evening gala that was held, and I want to thank them for that. And with that, I will move on to the adoption of the agenda. And I have a resolution from Councillor Carlson. Acting Mayor Carlson, be it resolved the agenda of the regular meeting of City Council on March 11th, 2025 be adopted as presented.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I'll ask City Clerk if there's any additions or changes.
Thank you, Acting Mayor. There are no revisions to today's agenda.
Excellent news. Unless there's questions by my colleagues, I will call for the vote.
I see none. Questions have been called. All in favor? And that is unanimous. Thank you. Yeah. Now I know exactly what they're saying when there's the delay when I was away and the hand comes up about a minute later. So thank you very much, Councillor Middleton Hope. And I have a resolution from Deputy Mayor Palladino, the consent agenda, and it is up on the screen as well as been circulated publicly. If there's anything to be changed, I do have one to be pulled from the agenda. That's 4.3.2. And there's a discussion in closed, Madam City Clerk, if that could be added to that agenda, if we could.
Thank you, Mayor Hagan. That will go to 14.4 then.
All right. And other than that, Deputy Mayor Palladino? And there are some questions here, Councillor Schmidt-Rempel.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. To the City Manager or Designate, I see we're deferring the date of return for the LDE release of confidential informations to April 29th, 2025. Just wondering why the further delay on that one.
Certainly, I'll look to the city solicitor to weigh in on this. I based on recent conversations, I think that date might get pushed out well beyond that, actually, as we look at the other reviews and investigations that are underway and the challenges with disclosing that information.
Yes, we're reviewing the information, as the city manager said. Indeed, the other complication that we want to make sure we bring back to council is a number of further work has been authorized in terms of reviews, including the forensic review of the LD subsequent to that motion by council. And we're also having to do some additional work looking at the exception to disclosure related to law enforcement as well before we come back. So it's much more complicated than we'd initially imagined.
So should we be adjusting that date from April 29th to further out? And then part two of my question on that is there any added expense to being to the additional investigations?
I'll defer the question on the investigations to the Chief Financial Officer, but we'll be coming back on the 29th, is it? With our recommendation for when we should delay the rest of the release until.
Okay.
Thank you, members of council, to Councillor Schmidt-Rempel. In that regard, the component that we're talking about there on that is the phase 2 component of the review on it. That's probably, here again, we're just going through the procurement components of that. We're probably looking at anywhere from $60,000 to $100,000. But here again, that's all through operating budget.
So that's already covered? No
That's
additional
right.
costs?
No
Okay.
additional costs outside of what's already approved in our existing operating budget.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Carlson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. If I can, and sorry, City Clerk, I should have given you a heads up on this. Agenda Review Committee at the previous Agenda Review meeting removed anything from consent that was not unanimous. Is that codified anywhere, or is that just up to whoever is on Agenda Review at the time? I did quickly review our procedure bylaw, and I couldn't find anything in there, but
Ooh, that's a good question. I would take some time to review that. I can get back to you at the end of the meeting. Mr. Westernson, not clear either, okay. So I will look into that.
Okay, I'd appreciate that.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Seeing none, turn that back over to Deputy Mayor.
Now I'll call for the vote.
Question has been called. All in favor? That is unanimous. Thank you. On to official business motions. I have a resolution moved by Councillor Dodic, Councillor Schmidt-Rempel, and myself. And I guess I can read through it if it is up on the screen, but I'll read through it. That's fine. It's whereas Southland Trailer Corp., hereinafter referred to as Southland, is a local industry and manufacturer of goods, and together with its various affiliated companies, carries on business in Lethbridge and elsewhere in Alberta. In so doing, employs a significant number of employees. And whereas Southland and its employees contribute significantly to the financial well-being and in general are beneficial to Lethbridge and region. And whereas Southland Dealers desires to contribute capital funds in the order of $400,000 to the Board of Trustees of the Lethbridge School Division, hereinafter referred to as a school division, for the purposes of supporting student learning and the successful development of the Winston Churchill High School welding program. Whereas the school division is in support of the project, and whereas a contribution of the capital funds would be utilized to retrofit a structure presently on the school site to create a fully functional welding shop. And whereas Southland is interested in supporting student learning and engagement in the trades, and whereas to allow the project to proceed to completion would require that there be tie-in to the City of Lethbridge water and sewer system at a cost of approximately $28,000. Now therefore be it resolved that City Council fund up to $30,000 from the City Council contingencies to provide the infrastructure tie-in required upon the condition that once the tie-in is requested, that the city administration is satisfied that the tie-in is appropriate to be conducted at the time of the request, and accordingly that the tie-in is then provided. And further be resolved that should the tie-in not be requested and completed prior to December 31st, 2025, this resolution is no further of no further force and effect. And further be resolved that Southland and the school division be thanked for their cooperative work in moving the project forward. So I'll open it up to questions. Councillor Carlson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to city manager or designate. The tie-in cost, is that a hard cost or is that just something calculated? I wasn't sure if it was associated with off-site levies or if it's just a hard cost.
Mr. Sanchez, now you're trying to figure out who's going to answer. I'll start and he can finish or correct me. So the cost, as I know it, was an initial estimate based prior to a permit being pulled, and I don't know if it's changed. That's, yeah. So I think I believe the permit has been pulled now, so now we would actually have to look and firm up those costs. So I think it's still probably pretty close, but we need to confirm if there's any details.
And it's actual cost, not just calculated on the offsite charges or anything like that. It's just a hard cost. This is what it will cost us to do.
So it's nothing related to offsites. This is a cost to connect the services that they ask to be connected. And it was an estimated that was provided by the infrastructure team to one of the contractors that were working on this project.
Okay, thank you. Further question through you, Mr. Mayor, again to city manager or designate. Is this anything I should be concerned about precedent setting, or I'm just worried if we waive it for one, then we're going to get a flood?
It's certainly something to consider. The decision on that I will leave to council.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mr.
Councillor Carlson.
I just expected Councillor Carlson to ask this question, so I wasn't in a hurry to push the button. So my question through you to the city manager designate, is the money there in council contingency if council chooses to go this direction?
Thank you, members of council. To Councillor Crowson, yes, it is. Currently, there is $120,000 in 2025 that's the full allotment for council contingency, and there's $135,000 that's being carried over from the previous year.
Okay. And my second question, to whomever can answer, is there any other option? This is one option being brought forward by members of council. If this could set a precedence, is there another option that council could consider?
Yeah, thank you for the question. I've got Mr. Pitcher here for CSD. He has some information that might be valuable for this conversation.
Thank you.
Thank you for the question, Councillor Crowson. So we have had some discussions in CSD with Southland Trailer about this project, specifically as it relates to grant funding opportunities, the Community Capital Projects Grant and the Make Your Mark Grant. And so those two grant programs close their intake period at the end of March. And so our understanding following that discussion was that it would be their intention to apply. In the event that they were to get this allocation from City Council, it would not actually exclude them from that process. It would just mean that those costs likely would not be included in the scope of work.
And so how much could they apply for under the capital?
So for the CCPG, it is 1/3 of total project costs to a maximum of $200,000. For Make Your Mark, it's up to 100% of project costs to a maximum of $50,000.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Any further questions? Seeing none, Councillor Dodick, want to open?
Yes, first, let me tell you a little bit about how this came to be. I was approached by Southland Trailer because they had been in talks with the city and they were aware about the grants and the way other ways it could be done. And I'll deal with that in a second. But if this is funded, I want you to know what is being actually funded, or rather what Southland Trailer is providing with their up to $400,000 event investment. So presently on the site, there is a garage, and that garage would be turned into a state-of-the-art welding equipment, providing 7 weld cells, a plasma cell, a grounding area, and an open fabrication area, a cut-to-length area, and an outside fabrication lay-down area. And so the information provided to me there, Southland and the school is just telling me that this is more than just a welding shop. This is a partnership between industry and education, and will serve as a blueprint for collaboration in other schools or districts with industry throughout the province and the country. And bearing in mind what has happened in the last little while, and this is a local business who is offering to do this and requesting a rather modest buy-in from the city of Lethbridge, I think it's a great resolution and message to send out there. And my final comments in terms of opening is the word precedent is used so often, and in reality, it's in most cases it's a legal term. Precedent means that if you've had a decision in the past, it may be binding on the court that's hearing the new decision. However, precedent is not binding in many cases. It depends on the level of the court. So, for example, if a provincial court decision that says A doesn't require a King's Bench court to say A, and so on. This council and other councils have thrown precedent to the wind on many occasions. Never has a council ever backstopped a loan from some such a Lethbridge and District exhibition, nor have they used community or borrowing power to fund a community project like they did for the full expansion on the west side, which was $50 million. So please, if you're going to not approve this, don't use the buzzword precedent on something that's an up to $30,000 project. I would ask for council support.
Is there anyone else who wishes to speak to this debate? Councillor Campbell.
You know, we hear, speaking of buzzwords, we hear of red tape all the time from our businesses in the city, and this is certainly a way to get around any kind of red tape. It's an incredible opportunity. It's a local company. It benefits everybody. I see no reason. We've got the money. It's there. This is, to me, is just, let's do this.
Thank you. Councillor Middleton Hope.
Thank you, Your Worship, and I appreciate my colleagues' comments in regards to precedent setting. This does make incredible sense to go ahead with this particular project, and I support it. Thank you.
I will be supporting this. I do know we have the grants available and there are other options. This is something that will support the school district, who certainly have financial crunches as much as we do, and it is being done partly through the generosity of Southland to have this done. We do know we need to have more people in the trades, and this will be helping students right from high school up working in the trades, and will be helping with their educational opportunities. While I would prefer to go by our more traditional routes of the grants, this is a small amount for a large project that will have a great impact, and I am willing to move forward on this on a one-term basis.
Thank you, Councillor Schmidt-Rempel.
Thank you very much. This is, as Councillor Dodick said, more than just an investment in infrastructure. It's an investment in students, skilled trades, and the economic strength of Lethbridge. Southland is a major local employer and industry leader. They've already demonstrated their deep commitment to this city by contributing $400,000 toward the creation of a fully functional welding shop. The contribution will provide students with hand-on learning opportunities, helping them develop the skills needed to pursue careers in the trades, an essential sector that drives our local economy. With the support of the local school division, the project will enhance workforce readiness and ensure students have access to high-quality training in a growing field. And to fully realize the benefits of this initiative, a water and sewer service tie-in costing approximately $28,000 is required. And in approving this motion, Council can provide that final piece. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I too will be supporting this. I look at, we've heard quite a bit Southland, but really the beneficiary is going to be the students and the school. And so with these dollars, it's going to go to the schools and the trades, and to what has already been said thus far, the importance of that and investing within our community. So if something is to come up in the future, similar, and I think if it's going to benefit the community as well as I believe this will, it's definitely something I would entertain in the future as well. So with that, on this one time, I will be supporting it, and I'll turn it back over to Councillor Dodick to close.
I did invite representatives of Southland and the school district to attend. I'm not sure if anyone from the school district or Southland is here, but I can tell you that I don't think they understood the process that how the resolution works, that first it has to be presented, then it has to be voted on, then it has to be passed. But I can tell you that I've got thank you letters to council from the Associate Superintendent of Business and Operation, Christine Lee, at the school board, also from the Michael Nightingale, the Superintendent of Lethbridge School Division, as well as the Project Manager, Ashton Irwin, Manager of Maintenance and Asset Reliability at Southland. So I am happy because I can count votes that I expect this resolution will pass, and though we have been thanked in advance for that. So with that, I call the question.
Question has been called. All in favor? And opposed? That is unanimous. Thank you. All right, I do have another OBM, official business motion, coming from Councillor Dodick. Councillor Dodick, you are just very popular this day. And with that, it is a long-read one, so I'm going to turn the time over to Councillor Dodick, and he could probably speak this as well as his debate could probably be within the said motion. So I'll turn the time over to Councillor Dodick.
Well, in that regard, you're wrong. But just a little bit of background. When we get resolutions or proposed recommendations from administration, we get reports, and oftentimes they're lengthy. They're not read out. When you're a councillor and you're bringing an official business motion, you pretty well have to, if you want to tell the story as to what you're asking for, you have to do it in this way. So I apologize for the length, but I know it was necessary to give it context. So 6.2 reads, Section 84 of the Local Authorities Election Act, electronic versus manual counting of ballots in municipal elections, reads, a local jurisdiction shall not provide for the taking or counting of votes by means of voting machines, vote recorders, automated voting systems, or tabulators. And I guess to a certain degree, you're right. I can comment that it doesn't mention hand counting, but by necessary implication, that's all it can mean. And various ministers and the Premier have said hand counting. The second section we're dealing with is Section 85, brackets 1 of the Local Authorities Election Act, which says immediate on-site counting of ballots. And it reads, immediately after the close of the voting station, the presiding deputy shall, in the presence of at least one and any additional officers that the deputy considers necessary, and be the candidate's official agents or scrutineers, if any, ensure that each ballot box is open and that the votes are counted. So the problem with this, and it's the drafting of it is horrendous in the sense that it requires at the close of the voting station that immediately, I mean immediately by any definition means like right now, at the close of the voting station, whoever is in charge of it has to start counting ballots. Now, in the past, my understanding is the ballots would be moved to a secure area, then ballot counting would start occurring, but we have tabulators. In this case, we don't know yet how many stations we're going to have, but if we let's pick a number, let's say it's a half dozen, that means in each one, the people have to stay in that location. Once 8 o'clock arrives, if that's the closing time, which I believe it is, then they have to immediately open the box and start counting. Now, the penalty for not doing that is prescribed, and that is a significant fine and or a term of imprisonment of up to 6 months. So you can imagine how the clerk's office might feel when they're mandated, required by the province to start counting immediately, and you have to do it at the ballot station. And because it's manual voting, it's going to take a long time. And if you don't do that, you might have to pay a fine and you might have to go to jail too. Likely not going to happen, but that's what it says. Going on, whereas the provincial government has mandated that hand counting of votes be required in all municipalities, whether the electorate comprises of greater than 1 million citizens or a few dozen. And the reason I put that in there is because in non-urban areas, you can have municipalities that have a few hundred people where hand counting is going to be fairly quick. But when you have having, like, for example, here, having 25,000 votes counted, or 30, or whatever the number might be, or in centers like Calgary with over 1.5 million, or Edmonton and 1 million, you can imagine how long it's going to take to hand count. Whereas the failure to adhere to the changes referred to above can result in severe penalties and potential incarceration or a combination of both. And whereas City Council has been presented with information that the change from using tabulators to hand counting will result in delays in announcing successful candidates, and in Lethbridge alone will cost at least $300,000 more at local taxpayer expense to run the election. Now, in questioning, the members of council can ask the city clerk. I think my numbers are off. The only reason it's that number is because there is money in the account to be able to offset whatever the costs might be. So that number isn't a hard number, but whether it's $10 or $300,000, in my view, it's a number that is unnecessarily spent. And whereas in addition to the hand counting of the ballots, the province has changed the election rules such that once the station is closed and each ballot box is to be opened and the votes counted on the site. And whereas in prior municipal elections, the ballot boxes were allowed to be moved to a secure location at City Hall, and therefore after counted, with the results being announced within a few hours of the closing of the voting station. And whereas the ballots that were counted by the tabulators were retained as hard copies for at least 6 weeks from Election Day and were available for recounting in the event that one was needed. One of the reasons for hand counting given was that it'd be security, and there'd be people would know that whoever they were voting for were actually the people being elected. The reality is, if you do searches on it, I'm not going to quote chapter and verse, but hand counting is not necessarily more accurate. In fact, I would suggest that it is not as accurate as tabulators. And even if you wanted to check out whether or not the tabulators were properly being counted, you could do an audit at one station, for example, do a hand count, and then check against that one machine. If the same number is the same, you can be relatively assured that the tabulators are working properly. Whereas in response to the mandated change from the city being able to use tabulators to hand counting, City Council did the following and received the following responses. At a City Council meeting of December 10, 2024, a resolution was passed that authorized Councillor Rayko Dodic to write a letter to the provincial government officials requesting that they essentially provide their rationale in moving from an accurate and tried and true method of ballot counting to one that, by its nature, will lengthen the process and is more prone to inaccuracies. Attached to that is the letter that was sent to both Nathan Glovich and the Honourable Rick McIver. The reason it was sent to Minister McIver was because he's the Minister of Municipal Affairs, and he's the guy that's in charge in municipal affairs. And the reason it was sent to the Honourable Nate Glovich is because he's the Minister of Technology and Innovation, and he has been quoted to say, "We lead the government's efforts to apply more technology and innovation in everything we do so that we can deliver better, faster, and smarter services to Albertans, and also do so in a way that saves the taxpayer money." You can see that there's a bit of a disconnect there. A letter authored by Council Rayko Dodic was sent to both the Honourable Rick McIver and Nate Glovich, with copies also sent to our local provincial representative and the Premier. Our local provincial representative did not respond. The Premier, I understand, is in Florida, having a meeting with a guy who would like Canada to be annexed by our southern neighbour. By letter dated January 2025, the Honourable Rick McIver responded to the Mayor with respect to attach to the letter sent to him in referencing a portion of a poll conducted at the request of the province. The Minister offered the following justification for the change from tabulators to hand counting ballots. That means roughly 1 in 3 Albertans may not trust election results produced by a tabulator. Now, Minister McIver's letter is attached, and he says, and I had to look at it twice because he's justifying the use of manual hand counting because a minority of citizens have said that they prefer manual counting. So in other words, if 36% want manual recounting, by necessary implication, 64% want tabulators. And so he says, the government of Alberta believes the time and cost to manually count ballots is outweighed by the increased confidence in election results. And to go on with the resolution, well, I've already said this, but thus by necessary application using the same logic, the minister comment can only mean that roughly 2 in 3 Albertans do trust election results that are produced by tabulator. That is a large majority. That is, a large majority trust tabulators, whereas a minority do not. Number 5, neither the Honourable Nathan Glovish Newdorf or the Premier responded. And I have to amend that slightly because when that resolution was drafted, we hadn't received a response from Minister Glovish. His response came in an email, March 3, 2025, authored by his scheduling assistant. He says, "Good afternoon, Brian. We recommend that you reach out to the Ministry of Municipal Affairs as Bill 20 falls under their purview. I have CC'd Minister McIver's office for response." Had Minister Glovish read my letter, he would have seen specifically that I had sent it to both he and Minister McIver, requesting both of them to show up at City Council and perhaps answer some questions for us why we don't have a choice on being able to use tabulators where they have seemed to have worked in the past. Okay. Whereas the counting of ballots on site immediately after a voting station is closed will present numerous tactical difficulties in terms of counting votes in separate locations without lack of central coordination. And now here's the operative clause. Now therefore be resolved that 1, City Council send a further letter to the appropriate provincial authorities requesting A, that the City of Lethbridge be given the democratic option to choose whether they can count election ballots manually or by tabulation at the next municipal election to be held in October of 2025. I remind members of council who went up to the Alberta Munis meeting that in fact 85% of the municipalities had requested that tabulators be allowed to be used, or at the very least that each municipality have the option of whether they want to use tabulators or hand counting. That's 85% of the municipalities. A little more than the 66% that seem to, in the poll, like tabulators. And assuming the province, or if the province doesn't agree to allow us to have the choice, I write, if the option requested in paragraph 1A above is denied by the provincial authorities, then in that event that the province confirm that any and all additional increased costs that the City of Lethbridge incurs in complying with Bill 20 amendments as they relate to the conduct of municipal elections be borne by the province. The City of Red Deer has estimated that it's going to cost them about $1 million in increased cost. And I'm only quoting from something that I read. The city clerk can speak to if someone asks a question, how much more it will cost us here. And C, the City of Lethbridge be exempted from the strict prohibitions contained in Section 85 of the Local Authorities Election Act, such that they are able to transfer the ballot boxes to a secure location in Lethbridge City Hall and therefore commence counting of votes. Now, so there, parts A and B really deal with manual counting, or let us use tabulators, but if you're not going to let us use it, at least pay for it. You know, kind of like when you took away our ability to tax certain properties in the City of Lethbridge, and then in the recent budget said, well, you're getting some of it back now and 100% in the next couple of years, the kind of thing. And so that's by way of an example. So there's a couple other points I want to make, although I did speak to many of it. So let me just... The Premier attended the Alberta Munis conference, and she was asked at the conference and afterward regarding this, and she was quoted as saying, "What we have heard is that people want to go back to counting ballots the old-fashioned way by paper. In pushing back, the St. Albert Mayor, Kathy Heron, said she has heard no one in her municipality express distrust in the tabulators, which have been used for decades. In a eureka moment, the mayor of St. Albert wondered aloud. Whether she regrets it or not at this point in time, I don't know. She says, and I quote, "I don't know if it really about trust in elections or pleasing a few UCP members leading up to a leadership review." Of course, there's no way that there could be a connection between the two, is my position. So, but forget about politics for the moment. What we have, let's go back to the last municipal election in 2021. Tabulators were used and the results came in within a few hours of the polls closing. The candidates for mayor, I think it was 5 or 6, Mayor Higgin? 5? 6. Oh, there you go. One says 5, one says 6. And in any event, I'm going... Anyways, there were 6 or 5. But the candidates for councillor were, I think it was 30 plus, and then of course there were the 2 school divisions, and all of this was on one ballot. There was also those questions about the ward system and the bridge. Okay, so, and all of these ballots, once they were counted by these untrustworthy tabulators, were held for the 6 weeks, I said, to allow for challenges, if any. And as far as I can recall, not one member of council was challenged as far as their election results were concerned. And the mayor's election, which is a little bit closer, as they often are, wasn't challenged as well. So for the 2025 elections, each race will require a separate ballot for a mayor, for all the councillors, the school district, you'll get 1, depending on which school district you are, and any questions that councillors might bring in. So if you got a mischievous councillor like, well, let's say Jeff Carlson, who puts in 50 questions, you can imagine what kind of mischief that might cause. Mayor of St. Albert, I also said that it would cost approximately $1 million more dollars and take 3 to 4 days to count. And Red Deer said the $1 million, which I mentioned as well. And now, when you go back to Minister MacIver's letter, I was taken aback. At the second last full paragraph, he says, eliminating the use of tabulators aligns local authority to elections with federal election standards as administered by Elections Canada, which also do not use tabulators. Now I'm going, this may be the first time I've heard a provincial minister suggest that the feds were doing anything that they agreed with. But apart from the humorousness in that, or the humor in that, the federal election had 6 candidates. You had 1 ballot, and if they hand counted it, you put people in a room and they say, oh, 1 for Ms. Harder or Ms. Thomas, 1 for this, 1 for that. It's quite easy. In Lethbridge, we've already received a report and a presentation from the city clerk that says it's going to take somewhere in the order of 4 to 5 days for the council results to come in. And the reason for that is, and this is where Minister MacIver's reflection on the federal election does not make sense or does not hold water. If you look at the statistics from the 2021 election, because you can vote 0 to 8 for number of councillors, you get this situation where you actually had, in the 2021 election, the exact number was 164,914 votes. Okay. So that ballot will have to be looked by people, and they're counting 164,914 votes. That's why it's going to take a number of days to do it. This makes no sense. Tabulators had worked. Can we get them to change their mind? Probably not. Because after all, the minority has spoken, and 34% want hand counting. Therefore, the minority needs to be listened to, heard, and the amendments contained in Bill 20 should be adhered to. And if anyone should digress from it, well, you know what? You get a big fine and you go to jail. Please support this resolution. Thank you.
All right. So when I said that you were going to put your debate in with this, you had told me that that was not the case.
I didn't lie, did I?
That's all right. Thank you, Councillor Dodick. Appreciate that. Very well explained regarding this resolution. Thank you very much for that. I do have questions, starting with Councillor Carlson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Traditionally, I never miss a good opportunity to pile on with an evisceration of what I see as terrible legislation. But I think Councillor Brian, has done an excellent job, and for this one time, I'm not going to get in trouble with the province, and I'm just going to shut up and support this. Oh, I do have a question for the city clerk, though. Could we do this if we got confirmation? A, can we still get tabulators at this late stage? And B, can they come from anywhere but the United States of America?
Thank you for the question, Acting Mayor. We did look into this. Nomination day is September 22nd. We would require them a month before so that we are programming and auditing them. Procurement would probably take 2 months. So if the legislation was changed by mid-May, June 1st at the latest, we could get tabulators from the company that we usually deal with, which is a Canadian company. There's other options too. Our friends in Toronto have tabulators that we could probably rent from them as well. So I'm sure, not positive, that we could likely do it.
Thank you. All right, Councillor Parker.
For debate, so I'll just hold off until my...
All right, Councillor Middleton Hope, are you in for debate or a question?
Actually, a question/comment. Point 2 above, if we could scroll ahead, I guess it's to scroll back. A letter authored by Council Rayko Dodick. Does that mean, actually mean Councillor Rayko Dodick, or are we talking about Council for City Council Rayko Dodick?
I think that was definitely authored by Councillor. Yes.
Okay, thank you for that. I guess a question to the mover then. Councillor Dodick, you indicated that something in the vicinity of 26%, I think it was, or 36% rather, of those canvassed by the provincial government were in favor of moving away from electronic tabulations. You assumed then that 64% were opposed. I'm not sure that we can assume that 64% of those were opposed. I would have to include in that number those that actually just don't care. Would you agree with that?
Sure.
Thank you. And thanks for the work that you did on this. It, quite candidly, for the amount of effort that you put in, I'm afraid that we will be going forward with ballot tabulations this election. Perhaps for the next election in 2029 or whatever, we might have a different resolution. But I appreciate the work that you've done on it, and I appreciate it. Thank you.
All right, Councillor Campbell, is it a question you have? Debate. All right. Councillor Croson, your debate. Schmidt-Rempel debate as well? Okay, question, Councillor Schmidt-Rempel.
Thank you very much. Through the city manager to his designate, and I'm going to guess this would be the city clerk, with regards to the $300,000 amount, in this resolution. What are the actual funds that we have available for this year's election? I recall the November SPC where this came forward initially, and I believe that $360,000 was the 23-26 operating budget amount for this, but that we also were adding in unspent BAUs to cover the cost of this. So I'm wondering what that actual final amount was that we might be looking at spending on this.
Just for clarity, the amount that we would be spending because of Bill 20 or the
Yes.
amount that we have in unspent?
The amount we would be spending because of Bill 20.
It's estimated around 360,000.
And is that because of Bill 20 or because we did talk about adding in the unspent BAUs of 289,000 at that SPC, which could potentially bring us up to $650,000 as a spend on this, depending on whether we have any additional questions that have to come forward.
Yeah, so a usual election is around 350,000. So the additional, because of Bill 20, is about an extra 360. Sorry, those are approximate, but it's in the 300s, so.
Okay, so Bill 20
Double.
plus 360, so we are looking at potentially $650,000 for
correct.
this election.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you very much.
All right, I see no further questions, and so we'll turn over to debate, starting with Councillor Parker.
Thank you very much. First, I want to thank Councillor Dodick for speaking so well in regards to introducing the resolution. Voting on this isn't a matter of you support the Conservatives, you support the NDP. Do you support this legislation? Do you support this idea? And it doesn't matter who would have brought it forward. Where do you stand? Well, the logic when I heard it, it was presented through the news and through social media that there was concern of voter fraud. And when you look back, and I think the news reports came out, I think there has been twice in Alberta history or in the last 30 or 40 years where some kind of fraud where someone voted twice or voted whatever. So the logic that this has been a continual problem kind of concerns me that I don't think there was ever a problem. I believe that, I know there's talk about, well, the province talked to so many people. Well, we really don't know who they talked to, they spoke to. But one thing is for sure, there was a resolution at AUMA from municipalities who represent the citizens of this province, and it was close to just under 90% of those municipalities said we're against this is a bad idea. And so the province still says no. So that makes me kind of question the significance of AUMA when you have such a resolution that has so much sway and has so much support behind it that it goes on deaf ears. So that should make AUMA look in the mirror in regards to the relationship with the provincial government at that time. Now that's my own little editorial on that part. This is going to cost not only the city of Lethbridge just under $400,000. From what we heard, it's going to cost millions of dollars upon millions of dollars across this province for something that none of the citizens have said, wow, I'm really concerned. So then that makes you wonder, well, if the province is so concerned about tabulators, well, I guess all these elections over the last 100 years or last 5 years have been questionable because, as you know, these tabulators can't be trusted. As stated by Councillor Dodick, those stay as a database on paper for 6 weeks after an election. So any person, not only a candidate, but a citizen, can question and challenge the results of an election. And from what I've been told through our city clerk, through Councillor Dodick, no one's challenged that. So this doesn't make any sense at all. It doesn't make any sense at all. I know where this is going to go. Hopefully it's going to pass unanimously, but at the end of the day, this is going to go on deaf ears. I'm perplexed that we haven't gotten any response from our local representatives from the provincial level. So this isn't a matter of, like one of my colleagues always said, we're the children of the province. Municipalities are children of the province, and mom and dad are not listening. We're not listening, they don't care. But I think in any healthy family, parents usually do listen with an open mind. So in this case, obviously it ain't going to happen. So I will be supporting this resolution. I thank Councillor Dodick for bringing it forward.
Thank you, Councillor Crowson.
Thank you, Mayor Hagan. Thank you, Councillor Dodick, for bringing this forward. And I completely agree with all that my councillor colleague has said, Councillor Parker. There's something else, though, as well here. I mean, it's the logistics that don't make sense. I don't think a lot of this was thought out. So we have to leave people at the site where the voting took place to do all the counting, no matter how long it takes, and we know it can take up to a week. Well, do we lock them there? Do we break labor law and tell them they can't leave? Like, it makes absolutely no sense to actually see how this would work in practice. Because how do we achieve this and ensure we follow all the other laws of the province and respect our staff who are doing the work and all the people that they have hired to ensure all of this happens? So it's not just the $300,000, it's the fact that you can't do this. And while it might work in other communities where in Calgary and Edmonton, because of the ward system, it might be different. In rural areas, because of the ward system, it'll be different. This is not going to work in Lethbridge. And I think they have to think some of this stuff through, or at least look at an exemption potentially for those of us who are raising concerns. When the City Act was passed, at that point, they said that all mayors across the province had to be elected directly from the residents. Lethbridge at that point was not doing that. We elected council, and then council among them chose the mayor, just like the county does with the Reeve. And we were granted an exemption from the province to be able to carry on the way we did it until the Lethbridge residents were desirous of changing to our present system. And so I am hoping that we have a province up there that has the common sense of past provincial governments to look this through logically, to not say we made a decision, but to be willing to realize that there might be some issues with this, to work with us and other municipalities, even at this late time, and to make some changes. So I will be absolutely supporting this. And again, thank you, Councillor Dodic, for continuing this. I was going to say Sisyphean fight. Hopefully it's just, Quixotic. I don't know if we'll be listened to, but if we don't try and if we don't continue to show them the problems with this, who else is going to?
Thank you, Councillor Crowson. Councillor Campbell.
Thank you, Your Worship, and I'm not going to be saying anything much different other than I know this is a big deal for Councillor Dodic because he is wearing his suit, so obviously he means it. But no, but I think someone earlier this month said something like this when there was a decision that was made, and the person said, "Help me make sense of that," and it doesn't. It's just, we as councillors we need to vote on things based on information, based on fact, based on the best information that we have. We've been given the best information we need for our community, and there is no data to support any of that which this provincial government is saying is there. I don't get it. I don't get it at all, and I will be supporting the resolution.
Thank you, Councillor Schmidt-Rempel.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I've always had real issues with this legislation and hand counting ballots. It starts with some of what's going on in this province and country, and that this direction directly conflicts with. We talk about productivity issues in this country, and this provincial government talks about being active in trying to find ways to work smarter and not harder, and find efficiencies and ways to cut red tape, as well as lead in technological advances. This completely contradicts that. We want to be a leader in AI data centers in this province. That should mean we're okay with tabulators. We also know that provincially we fall behind in IP patents, and this direction doesn't help move that forward or encourage anybody to register their IP patents. 1989 was the last time we hand counted ballots in Lethbridge. At that election, somebody took the ballot boxes home, and we started using tabulators in 1992. This is unnecessary and costly change to municipal election procedures. It places an undue financial burden on local taxpayers and introduces inefficiencies into a process that has been proven to be reliable, secure, and transparent. Just because we haven't needed tabulators for 100 years, as per Minister McIver's statement at last week's Alberta Municipalities Caucus, doesn't mean we need to return to hand counting. The mandated shift from tabulators to hand counting will see election costs for the 2025 election of approximately $650,000 for Lethbridge alone, and that's only because we have savings from previous elections. The requirement to count ballots on site at each voting station also creates logistical challenges that could lead to errors, and it will result in an approximate week-long delay in reporting election results. and in supporting hand counting, we may actually be putting our staff in a position to break legislation so that they can take the time they need to hand count the ballots. The logistics just don't work. I will be supporting this motion.
Councillor Carlson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll shock my colleagues by being very brief. I just want to say that I agree with everything that's been said. Councillor Parker, I agree. It's probably going to fall on deaf ears, but it's what we were elected to do, is to raise these issues on behalf of our colleagues. So I will be supporting this. Councillor Dodick, you had me at exercise our democratic option, I believe is how you phrased it. And I would really appreciate that. As Councillor Crowson said, it is a Sisyphean task. If your back gets sore rolling that rock up that hill, I know where we can get some discounted foreign Tylenol. So with that, you will have my support.
You're such a turkey. Oh, sorry. And I just wanted to add a little bit in here that last week up at our municipal leadership convention in Edmonton, Minister McIver did say that, and it was public, obviously media was there, so I'm sure it's, I'm not saying anything that hasn't been already repeated, that amendments are coming in early April. It is my hope, Councillor Dodick, I know you've been on this for some time, and it's at much frustration through around this horseshoe, as well as costs in other communities, et cetera. So I thank you for championing this cause. It's been a long one, and hopefully some of these changes that are told that will happen in early April, the amendments, this will be a part of that. So I will be supporting this and turn the time over. Oh, Councillor Palladino, I'm sorry. For debate.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm just having trouble. I agree with everything that's been said here today, but I'm having trouble wrapping my head around a bunch of scrutineers in a gymnasium somewhere after a long, hard day's work tabulating, and then being asked to sit down and maybe have supper, and then we're going to start counting these ballots until wee hours of the morning. So I will be supporting this motion as well.
Thank you. And back to Councillor Dodick to close.
Just a couple of thoughts I want to add. Councillor Milton Hope, when he was asking the question about the resolution, he wasn't here for the council resolution of December 10 of 2024 that authorized me to write the letter. So it's just to be clear on that there was a resolution requesting that I write the letter. The letters that I did. The letters that I did write, which are part of the official business motion, explain all of the things that we talked about, the costs, the timing, all of those things are in there. So even though the responses and non-responses seem to suggest that maybe we haven't been listened to, perhaps based on the comments that the mayor has made, maybe they will look at this a little bit closer and see what the potential ramifications might be. Because I agree with Councillor Parker that politics, despite the fact that I was passionate, it's not a political issue. It was an issue as to the legislation involved. Now, I don't want to live in a province where we may be considered Luddites. Luddites is defined as a person opposed to new technology or ways of working. I think we are a forward-thinking province, and I think that the amendments to Bill 20 as it relates to voting have been a step backwards, especially when you consider a step 100 years backwards. If you want to, we should go back to horse and buggy if you want to go that far. My final comment is that in a democratic partnership, we listen to each other. And I want the takeaway for the province, if they do have a takeaway from this, is that we are upset not because that you're UCP, but because we think that this is bad law And we think that the better way to do it was the way it was done before. And don't put our employees at potential risk of fines and or imprisonment, which is what they may face if they don't do what they're told to do. So please listen to us on this one, and I ask for council support.
I believe the question's been called.
It has.
And all those in favor? And that is unanimous. Thank you very much.
I was looking at you, Councillor Middleton Hope, even though the mayor wasn't.
I was too.
Now, moving over to bylaws from Acting Mayor Carlson, Bylaw 6478, Subdivision and Development Appeal Board Bylaw. For a second reading, be it resolved, the Bylaw 6478, Subdivision and Development Appeal Board Bylaw. Is that right? Appeal Board Bylaw be given second reading. Acting Mayor Carlson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm not sure if there's any questions on this. It was discussed at, I believe it was governance. Was it governance? Governance level. And this is just to make the SDAB function a little better. It's difficult to get quorum, how it's structured right now. And this will allow it to function like, what's the other one? Assessment Review Board, ARB, right. And so I'm hoping my colleagues will support this move. It's pretty easy and straightforward.
I see no questions or debate, so to take that question to call, all in favor? And that is unanimous, thank you. And for a third reading, be it resolved, the Bylaw 6478, Subdivision and Development Appeal Board Bylaw be given third reading, and the mayor and city clerk be authorized to sign and seal the same. Councillor Carlson?
Please vote.
Question has been called, all in favor? As well, unanimous, thank you. Next, from Councillor Crowson, Chair of the Governance Standing Policy Committee, a recommendation of a Governance Standing Policy Committee for Parks Master Plan be resolved that they adopt the 2024 Parks Master Plan as an attachment to, in principle, as a guiding document to provide direction for the continued planning, development, and operation of the city and Lethbridge's park system. Number 2, direct administration return to City Council through the Economic and Finance Standing Policy Committee for approval of any of the objectives identified in the 2024 Parks Master Plan as follows. Capital projects to be submitted to future capital improvement program, CIP deliberations, and B, initiatives requiring operating budget changes to be submitted to future operating budget deliberations. Councillor Crowson.
So this went through at governance, and I was actually surprised that it wasn't on the consent agenda, so I'm not sure if there are questions. So I think the best place to start would be to see if there are questions.
I see no Councillor Schmidt-Rempel.
This one just actually arose as I was taking a look through the news this past weekend, and I still support what we've got here, but I guess to the city manager or designate, as we see in the news this past weekend, Councillor Penner in Calgary is bringing forward naturalization of park spaces in Calgary, and some of the pushback she's receiving are what would the associated costs be with that? Are there any unintended consequences, and what the cost benefit might be on this? So while we're here, we have another opportunity to ask questions about that, and in light of the news coming out of Calgary, I'm just wondering if to the city manager, to his designate, where are we at with some of this and how would that be addressed? Because we do talk a lot about naturalization in our Parks Master Plan.
Thank you for the question. We've been toying with naturalization for a few years now. There was a recommendation that came out of the KPMG report back in 2020. And one of the things we've done is set up a couple of different naturalization test plots within our existing spaces to test out what those naturalization plots would be. That pilot project had 3 different locations testing different dryland grasses with different combinations of including irrigation, non-irrigation, herbicide, and non-herbicide. So those have turned out to be pretty successful projects. Part of that program was also to educate the public on naturalization, what it is, what the benefits are. And then we've also recently constructed Discovery Park in Southbrook with one of our local developers, using naturalized grasses, so less irrigation, more drought-resistant plantings, limestone pathways, and that park again is sort of our first naturalized park that's been developed recently. And we are looking at developing another park in the crossings with some naturalized elements, again, dryland grasses that are more resilient to the climate. So to try and answer your question, I think we're trying to explore different opportunities. We've heard lots from the public, we've heard lots from council over the past few years about high operating costs to maintain our manicured parks. So we're trying to explore different ways to develop our parks in ways that are maybe more suitable to our natural climate.
Okay, so would it be safe to say that as we're doing all of this, and just in light of some of the concerns that have come out of Calgary, that as this is being worked through, and because this is a guiding document in principle that we are accepting, that recommendations would come back to council, particularly around costs and what the benefits are and any savings that we might be seeing in naturalized parks?
Yeah, thank you for the question. That would be correct. If we're going to make any big sweeping changes to existing parks, we would definitely want to get council's approval of that.
And it would come back with that cost-benefit analysis.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
I see no further questions, so to open debate, Councillor Crowson.
Thank you. When I first started on council, when we had a master plan in front of us, it came forward to council for information. And nobody knew what that meant. Was information giving direction to go do it? Was it, hey, cool, but we don't know what this really means? So staff was not sure if that meant they actually had authority to move ahead or not. And so the city clerk's department and governance worked together to create what we now have. It's a guiding document. So we adopt in principle going, generally, we like the direction you're moving ahead, but if any money is going to be spent, you have to come forward to council at capital and at operating to ensure, one, that future councils are still on the same page and moving ahead, and that it fits in with larger budgets, et cetera. And so we now do it this way so that there is direction. Go ahead with this. In general, we like it. But we need to have a few places where council still controls the budget and still controls the direction. And so we have moved ahead with it in this way now. And I'm hoping my colleagues will support the Parks Master Plan at this time under that proviso.
I will be supporting this. I do see the importance of this being again, as you had mentioned, Councillor Crowson, a guiding document. And I know we're all saying if there's additional costs that need to come back to council to make sure that comes at a CIP, I'm looking at cost savings that could come back to a CIP. So with that, I'll pass it on to Councillor Dodick.
For the reasons that Councillor Crowson gave for supporting this, I will not be supporting this. I was on councils when master plans were provided for information only, and I thought that was a better way of dealing with it because you really don't get a lot of the public involved in this. This is a small number of people that may have an outsized say in it. So that's why when it's for information purposes, it's not giving, even though it might be tentative go ahead. Nevertheless, it is a go ahead of sorts. The same, you see those things sort of play out in things like trails and pathways and things like that. All of a sudden, well after the fact, you see bicycle lanes laid out where you never thought they were, and that's mainly on me, on myself, not that I don't look at these close enough maybe as I should, because these are voluminous documents. So I'm not going to be supporting it for the simple reason that I don't want it as a guiding document. I want it as an informative document.
I see no further questions. Councillor Crowson.
I'll simply call the question.
Question called. All in favor? And opposed? And Councillor Middleton Hope, you are in favor?
Yes, I'm in favor.
In favor. Thank you. One opposed.
Well, remember, we have a 100-year delay now going on, so.
All right, moved by Councillor Crowson, recommendation of Governance Standing Policy Committee, be it resolved the City Council continue with the joint committee of the Lethbridge and City of Lethbridge and the Lethbridge School Boards as a key governance and collaboration mechanism until the November 3rd, 2025 organizational meeting of City Council, and request the committee investigate the feasibility of formalizing the joint committee as a committee of council through the development of a proposed mandate and governance structure and assessment of the potential costs and resource implications associated with formalization, and report back to a Governance Standing Policy Committee with findings and recommendations for Council's consideration at the November 3rd, 2025 organizational meeting of City Council. For questions, I see no questions, so to open debate, Councillor Crowson.
Just like with the previous one, we're always trying to find the right approach to everything. And one of the things we're trying to find the right approach to is boards, commissions, and committees. Some members of council would like us to be on a great many more, have a greater role in those. Others see that it's more effective for council to be, the committee here on council and to have a different interaction with community members and community organizations. What was chosen at governance for this one, and it did take some give and take and some discussion, it's the same direction that we gave to animal welfare. We'll have you continue for the rest of this council term. During that time, your members can meet, come up with a potential solution, costing, anything like that, that you will then bring forward to the next council. Because committees are very much something that has to be of value to that council. And so we are setting it up as we move ahead that each term of council looks at their boards, committees, and commissions, decides what is most effective, how they want to work, and how they see themselves operating. Because to work effectively, BCCs must be connected to the mandate of that council and to what that council is trying to achieve. And so this is sort of a middle ground here. Do your work this year, have the conversations, and then build the argument you need for the next council, and it will be up to them to determine whether or not this committee continues. And so that's what was discussed and what is being brought forward.
Councillor Crowson. Or Carlson. I can read. You didn't say enough. I need to put it back to you, Councillor Crowson. Councillor Carlson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I did vote against this in committee, so I'm pleased that it was brought off the consent agenda so I could also vote against it here. I just don't believe it makes a lot of sense when we're investigating all of our BCCs that we have here at council. This was one of the ones that I thought was easy to fall away. I don't recall that it's actually done much. In fact, discussing with my colleagues, it's mostly just a get together and chat. And through governance, we've actually gotten to a point where we want to do that with the full community. So it's not just one-offs. We're going to get the full community involved in any of our advocacy efforts and discussions. So I think this could be a committee that could easily go away. As a committee of council, I believe city clerk can correct me, but I think they're supposed to have a reason for existing. And this one, to the best of my knowledge, is just a twice a year, once a year, whenever it happens, a get together and chat about things. So I don't see it's a good use of our time as well as our administrative time that goes towards this. Where we work closely with our school boards is in the administrative operational side of things, and I believe city manager can correct me if I'm wrong, that work is ongoing, that we work very well with our school boards when we're designing schools and making connections, et cetera, welding shops. And so I think this is a committee that should not, definitely, I have no challenges or issues if the school boards want to create a committee where they invite members of council to. Not a problem. But creating a committee of council really needs a purpose and an idea and a reason for existing, not just because we like it. And that's the sense I get here. So again, I will be not supporting this motion, but give full props if the school boards want to create their own committees and invite interested members of council to them. But creating a council committee just seems like a waste of time and resources for us.
Thank you, Councillor Carlson. Councillor Campbell.
Your Worship, I just of the committees that were undergoing changes, I had a number of school board people coming up to me and saying, we really appreciate council members being on this board. It's really is important. So with that in mind, and the fact that the way this resolution is listed, it will continue on. I think it's nice that we're not just saying, okay, it's over, that you can actually have those discussions moving forward and seeing if there's some kind of something you can come to that benefits everybody here. But and so I will indeed be supporting this resolution.
Councillor Parker.
Thank you very much, and I appreciate the comments of my colleagues, but I'm concerned with the comments of my colleague, Councillor Carlson, in regards. Obviously, you haven't been on this committee, so I've had the privilege of being on it. I do believe yourself, Mayor Hagan, you've been on it, and my colleague, Jen Schmidt-Rempel, have been on it. And when there was discussion possibly disbanding this, we kind of made us reflect to go, why do we have this committee? And the committee has been very, very powerful in numerous ways. First of all, in regards to issues across the whole community, school location affects everyone. In regards to development, when I remember we were doing the ATB, there was an issue regarding the cell phone tower being near the schools when Chinook and CCH were being built. Those committees gave us an opportunity to just decide, hey, maybe we should find a new location. There was concern from the parents regarding how close these towers were. In regards to when we were, the issue of twinning of Whoop-Up Drive to Chinook, that was a big issue. Where future schools were going to occur. Issues where we could lobby together in regards to issues. So it's not an onerous committee. We meet 3 times a year. I do believe Mr. Sarsfield, I know he was in the room, usually he helps in facilitating doing the minutes and all that. It's been a really rewarding committee, and when there was discussion regarding disbanding it, you really saw how important it was when, as Councillor Campbell said, you had school board members from both the separate and the public coming forward saying, we really appreciate this committee. We have a lot of, one place that we did not utilize this committee, which we should have done, is when we did the privatization or we got out of the school busing business. That was probably a mistake on our part, because those are our 2 partners in our community, and we really didn't go to them from elected official to elected official to discuss those issues. That would have been the perfect opportunity to utilize that committee when we were going through that transition from getting out of the school bus. So there's always going to be projects, there's always going to be issues, there's always going to be opportunities for us as a community, as partners between the public school and the city of Lethbridge. So I know we're going to be reflecting, we're going to be going back to the drawing board, refining this committee, but I do believe there's a lot of validity, and I will be supporting this resolution.
Thank you, Councillor Parker. Councillor Schmidt-Rempel.
Thank you very much. I too will be supporting this resolution. And just to add to Councillor Parker's comments, he and I both sit on this committee at this time. And through the meetings, we have heard loud and clear what the benefits are to continuing this group. The busing issue is just one example. And through this resolution, in speaking with the school district representatives since this resolution has gone forward, they are willing to step up to share administrative responsibilities, to share costs. They've actually already taken the initiative to set up the next meeting, as well as provide administrative assistance for that. So seeing that they are willing to play their part, to step up, and just looking at how we can approach this from a governance model to maintain, to ensure that regular interaction between the elected officials from both the city and school boards goes forward. It just makes sure that we're sharing our visions, our strategies, and our insights that guide the path forward for this shared community. So I will be supporting this.
Councillor Dodick.
I will not be supporting this. There was a perfectly good example given why the committee didn't work, as the busing issue was the single most expensive thing that was dropped in terms of providing services to the school board. The fact that if you disband the committee, that does not in any way, shape, or form prevent if there are issues, for those issues to be brought to the appropriate standing policy committee of the city of Lethbridge. I thought that was the purpose of the SPCs, to be able to facilitate not only citizens, but other groups. So I agree with Councillor Carlson that this committee, as much as people may want it, no compelling reason has been given to keep it in place. And to me, the compelling reason is, is that you sort of give it more cred if you have one-off issues that come up, rather than meeting on a regularly scheduled basis and sort of grappling to see what the issues might be or what the agenda might include. By voting against this resolution does not prevent the relationship from existing, continuing, and flourishing, but rather it sort of focuses as when it's needed, and that is when an issue comes up that requires deliberation by both school boards and council.
Thank you, Councillor Carlson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's a point of privilege, I guess, because Councillor Parker pointed me out. I just want to respond. Thank you, Councillor Parker, for that. Everything you said in your response of the good works that have been done is an administrative function. It is operational and administrative. It is not an issue of governance.
Thank you. Councillor Middleton Hope.
Thank you. And I've had an opportunity to sit back and listen to the various arguments in regards to whether or not we appoint members of council to a joint school board committee. And we will continue to do that at least until the fall, which I think is an appropriate course of action. I think something that we need to take into consideration, what the school boards require out of this is advocacy as much as anything else. I think that's a role that council not only does play, but needs to continue to play. This is not only a significant educational driver for our community, which represents a significant number of people, not only students, but also family members, but it is also an economic driver for the city. We have a responsibility as council to assist the school boards, in my view, to advocate to the province to receive additional financing and certainly financing to help build the schools that are necessary for our community. Could the school boards do that on their own? They can, but they've asked for our help. Some of us have participated with the school boards in working towards putting together proposals to go to the provincial government to access some of the accelerator funding. I think that's a role that council needs to play. So although there are good arguments to stay on this committee, as well as to really step back from the committee and take on a secondary role, I'm certainly in favor of us continuing with the process that we're doing currently and that we've proposed to move forward to the November 3rd, 2025 organizational meeting to have an opportunity to review it at that time. But in the meantime, I'm in support of this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. I too will be supporting this. We've just heard loud and clear from this province of the incredible net migration and immigration that came in last year, and the need for many more schools than we've ever needed in the past. And so we heard of Budget 2025, as we'll be getting a new elementary school here in Lethbridge. And with that, I've had the opportunity to sit on this committee for a couple of years and thoroughly enjoyed it. And I think now more than ever with the additional school being built, to be part of that conversation. I understand it can be administrative, but there's a lot of advocacy work, thank you, advocacy work that would need to be done from us as politicians to our counterparts in Edmonton if something is to come up through this process. There's no site chosen yet. So to be part of that process, I think, is of importance for this new school. And I know that's could be administrative, but I think there's value in having the voice of leaders in the community that are listening to community members. So with that, I will be supporting it and pass it back to a councillor, who's the one that started this discussion? So Councillor Crowson, thank you. We started this so long ago. Thank you.
I have thoroughly enjoyed listening to everybody because this, at its heart, is what is the role of council? How do we ensure we're not meddling into operations, even though sometimes that's the way more fun stuff and we like to get our hands into it? And do we govern through committees? Do we govern as a council? Do we govern as however we govern? What this one, the motion hopes to do, though, is find that middle ground. Get us through this year and then let that next council have these fun debates themselves and to sit there and discuss how do you want to be acting as a council with the input of the school board. So I hope my colleagues will support this as we move ahead. Question called.
All in favor? And those opposed? 6.5 to 2.5. All right. And we'll take a quick 10-minute break and be back at 2:15. Thank you. be here. Are we good, Ryan?
Carlson, no, wait.
Not yet. Okay. All right, so where's the next resolution? And I understand you have some incredible news coming for us.
Well, we're missing 4 people.
So we do have 1, 2, 4. We do have quorum. Yeah, so we'll start with quorum. So we'll turn that time over to Ms. Parker.
Perfect, thank you. So for extended producer responsibility, I just wanted to introduce the EPR team again. We've got Mitch Stevenson, Adam Faust, Steve Rosie, James Nichols, myself, Mandy Parker, and we have support from Joel Sanchez and Daryl Matthews. I just wanted to discuss the depots and the processing facility today. Perfect. Just a reminder what EPR is. It shifts the financial burden for the life cycle of a product's packaging from the taxpayers or ratepayers to the producer. The city has been contracted by Circular Materials to deliver recycling services. This also means that the $9 or $7 per month on your recycling utility bill, that will be removed starting April 1st, 2025. There were 4 original contracts. However, the collections and promotions and education contract were combined into one, and this contract was executed in December 2024. The remaining 2 contracts to execute are the depots and the processing facility, or the MRF. For both contracts, they include residential recycling, which is single family and multifamily. It'll start on April 1st. The depots are status quo for the north, south, and west side sites. And for the processing, it would be status quo at the processing facility. It's important to note that while we are a contractor for another entity, now we may not be in the future. Once they RFP it out, it'll be competitive. It's missing a slide. Okay. For processing, no matter what option or scenario that we evaluated, we could not get the costs in line with the feasible option without removing the debt. Therefore, we need to pay off the MRF debt. The MRF debt is $7,588,244 and can be paid off with the Waste and Environment accumulated surplus. The interest savings on that would be $1.5 million, and there would be no penalties for paying off the debt early. So what does this look like? The accumulated surplus is $18 million. There is a post-closure liability for the landfill at $9 million and post-closure monitoring liability at $5 million. Both of these cover us for the future for environmental liability. The balance remaining is $4 million. The MRF debt payment would be $7.5 million, and the unfunded portion would be approximately $3 million. We need to see how the EPR impacts are on our operating budget for the formulation of the next operating budget. We think we can have this paid off in the next 6 to 7 years with surpluses, but in the future we may need to increase rates. Looking to the future past these contracts, they'll put them out for a competitive bid, and if we are successful, we may be able to continue the recycling services for the community. If we are no longer providing services in the future, we can re-envision what the depots or the MRF look like at that time. So our request would be a recommendation for council to authorize the city manager to execute the services contracts for the depots and processing, and direct the city manager to pay off the MRF debt using the Waste and Environment's accumulated surplus. Were there any questions?
Yes, I do have a question. I'm not sure who can answer this, if it was yourself, Ms. Parker, or through Mr. City Manager. What's caught me throughout the presentation was we pay this off with surplus, and wow, if we have a $7 million surplus, then we've got other issues in my mind of how much have we been charged? Are we charging too much over time, or where does this come from, et cetera? So I guess my question is, if we want to do this debt payment, which I love the idea of, surplus, can you tell me how that's come to be?
Thank you, members of council and Mayor Higgin. So the surplus that, in this regard, that Ms. Parker is talking about is actually the accumulated surplus for the whole utility. So it's both on the processing and so the collection and processing side of the world. So every year that builds up. It's actually for the replacement of assets, and one of the things that Ms. Parker also mentioned inside of there too. It's also, if you recollect in the past, one of the reasons why it's changed so much, we used to have a post-closure liability that we were required to do and fund under the accounting standards. That changed last year when it went to the asset retirement obligations. So that money was then taken from that liability and it goes to the accumulated surplus. So that was a large chunk of that money, and that's a portion of the accumulated surplus that we had to maintain before, but now it's accumulated surplus. So in regards to that, and of course the post-closure at December 31st, 2024 was $9 million of that total, so almost half of it. And the post-closure liability was an additional $4.8 million on top of that, as well, as of December 31st of this year. So most of that in the past would have been a liability, a little bit different in how we have to calculate today in accounting standards than it was in the past, so it wasn't necessarily there. But the long story short, there's two things going on. There's the actual amount that you put, that comes in as surplus at the end of every business, every year, in this case, that goes to accumulated surplus for future capital, so opening up other landfill cells and so forth. And we use that in the CIP to do that at different times. And on top of it, there used to be a post-closure that folded into that. What we're able to do now is of that total, inside that you'll see inside the documents there, the total of those two together now is $18.2 million. But once you pull out the $7.5 million, or close to $7.6 million here for payment of that loan, we're actually short on the amount we should have for the post-closure side by $3.3 million. So that's where we would have to actually get more money into the accumulated surplus. So I guess a long way of saying it is, it's actually good we have the funds there, that we're able to do this on this side here. And we will have to take a look at taking this as from a unfunded liability, which will happen after paying off this, of that $3.3 million, back to a funded liability side. So I hope that doesn't make it more muddy for you, Mayor Higgin?
No, it doesn't, but it does open another question, and I'm sure you've got, but understand what my concern is here. This is utility, this is waste recycling is different, and so at the end of each 4 years, generally with our budgets, that rolls over if there's surpluses into, I believe, 50% into MRSR, it goes into MRSR, of which 50% council uses for different initiatives in the future, correct? Is this excluded from that then? Yeah, so Councillor Mayor Higgin, so in regards to that, it is different. So on the tax side of the world, the general fund components of that goes into the MRSR, and then council spends 50% of that against any tax-related pressures that come along. When it comes to utilities, whether it's water, wastewater, electric, or in this case, the waste utility, those ones go into the accumulated surpluses, or as we're starting to set up now, you'll see some of the reserves for electric reserve, for example. So they are separate than that piece. Nope. That makes total sense. And the last question I have here, and I know there's a couple more in here, so glass. We're seeing with us having the contract, which may change in the future. Currently, is there been any, I get calls on the glass, recycling glass. Is that going to be something, what goes into different bins? So if it's into the blue bin, et cetera, do you see that circular materials? Do they take glass in other areas, and will they kind of make that across the province if they are contracted to do so?
So the current program is status quo with all communities. So what communities are doing, they're going to continue doing until October 2026, when they'll make changes to the programs and they will streamline it so it's the same across the province.
And then they'd put an RFP for that then, is what it sounds like,
Yeah,
right? Okay.
that's correct.
Thank you so much for that. Councillor Schmidt-Rempel.
Thank you very much, and thank you very much, Ms. Parker, for the presentation. Mr. Matthews, question with regards to the funding on this. The unfunded portion on the post-closure liability, that $3.3 million, where did you say we were going to get that from?
Through members of council to Councillor Schmidt-Rempel. So where this will come from, currently right now in our financial statements, so say in 2025, if nothing else had changed, it would show a $3.3 million unfunded liability. Over the next 6 to 7 years, through surpluses in that utility, it will start building up the accumulated surplus, so that becomes a funded liability. And one of the things that, I much prefer funded liabilities than unfunded liabilities, but at the same point here, it does make sense at this time here for the operations to actually do what we're suggesting and pay off the loan and have $1.5 million of interest savings on this component so we can continue with the operations. It just, over the next little while, we'll have to have surpluses going in, and what Ms. Parker talked about as well. If that didn't occur, we would recommend at that time, if we don't see it progressing along, that rates would have to include that to actually build that back up. So it's a funded liability and there's funding above and beyond the post-closure components, in that accumulated surplus again.
Okay, so my follow-up question to that then is, how will we explain to ratepayers that we are overcharging them for hopes of a surplus?
So what I would say to them is we've actually, in this regard, we're undercharging at this time. So we're actually taking out of the funding that we have for capital and also on the sense of the liability for post-closure of that, that we're not passing on immediately to them for this change. But I think Mr. Sanchez has something he wants to add to that comment.
Yes, I just want to add what Mr. Matthews explained. I think part of the work that we're going to try to do is we really need to start funding that future liability that we have with the landfills. Those landfills, as soon as we close them, we still have to do a considerable amount of work in the environmental monitoring plus post-closure, and we're not doing that today. We have realized that we really need to start accounting for, no different than in other areas, even life cycle work. So whenever we need to replace and do new cells or open new areas in the landfill, we have the funding set aside. And that's part of the work that Mr. Matthew has been explaining. We might need to increase rates, but we also need to see how EPR develops. And we also need to see what happened with the funding that we're currently getting at the landfill. In the recent years, we have had a surplus, and the intent is to actually direct that surplus towards this life cycle money that we can use for the liability that we will have in the future.
Okay, thank you very much. Then might I suggest we prepare some communications around that, because right now it looks like we're sitting on an $18 million surplus that residents are not going to understand. I'll step out for now.
Thank you, Councillor Carlson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through, if I can, to Ms. Parker. If council says no, where does that leave us?
Very good question.
Because this is coming. It's been imposed upon us.
It wouldn't be cost recovery if the debt is in there. We'd have to figure out where we would get that money from. I think I don't know exactly. In the future, though, if we don't win the contract for processing, then we would have a stranded asset, and we would have to pay the debt anyway.
Okay, that's on just the MRF payment.
That's correct.
What about the first part? If we just said, no, we're out.
For all of it?
All of it.
This debt payment is only for the MRF.
Yes, but we're going to do the depots, we're going to do this, we're going to... If council said no to all of this, we'd
have a bigger debt.
Yeah, that's where I was trying to get to.
Yeah.
So this is something that is coming down the pike. Pike? Thank you. Thank you. This is our best solution to make the best deal for our residents, correct? Thank you.
Councillor Middleton Hope.
Thank you, Your Worship. So it is in tandem. We don't pay the debt off. I think I've got an idea what that means. However, so this question, I guess, would be to Mr. Matthews, and then I have one for Ms. Parker. In terms of the surpluses, at the current rate, will the surpluses continue? And what will we continue to do with the surpluses? Rather than banking them, are we going to be expending them on something else?
I'll turn it to, I think Ms. Parker actually wants to answer both those questions. She gave me the motion there for a second.
I'll give it a start. Daryl might need to finish. But with our diversion, our waste diversion, when we started doing that and adjusted the rates for behavior change, that's when we started to incur some additional revenue. Now, with diversion happening and kind of our revenue streams changing, the surpluses will not always continue. And so right now, we're just walking through that process, adjusting our rates for behavior change and seeing where that goes. Did you have something?
Okay, hence your comment earlier about the potential for an increase in rates. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Second question, while I have you here, is in regards to styrofoam. Now, I know this is perhaps not all about this conversation and so forth, but when I get you in front of council, Ms. Parker, it's important to get all of the questions out. Styrofoam. Will our collection of styrofoam and or mitigation of styrofoam, will that change by going to this new process? In other words, will we have a place that we can send styrofoam, and will it be effectively mitigated?
That will be up to Circular Materials because they are the ones that look after the recycling program for the province. So they have a list of materials that are put out in the regulation that are required to be collected, and they will change what is collected in October 2026. Whether or not styrofoam's on the list for Lethbridge, I'm not sure, but they're the ones who are in control of that now, not us.
Okay, and they will come back to us and look to us to apply to be the contractor of choice in 2026. Is that correct? Or we will participate in that process?
We will participate in that process for that. Yes.
Okay, and will we be considering styrofoam collection as a part of that discussion?
That will be up to them to give us the list of what will be collected and what will be processed. So we can bring it forward, but it's up to them for that decision.
If I may add a little bit just to clarify, we will be planning to participate in the request for proposals that Circular Material will do. That doesn't mean that we will be the supplier of choice, but they will be putting an RFP forward, and we will be putting most likely a proposal to continue to deliver the services, but it could be somebody else. And if that's the case at that time, they have the final say on what happens and what materials are included.
Thank you, Mr. Sanchez. Just further to the styrofoam question, Mr. Sanchez, I'm not letting it go yet. Will that be a part of our proposal in terms of taking on this work post 2026?
I will say something that we have been talking about and definitely will be part of the things that we will be looking as part of the Waste Management Master Plan. At the end of the day, we want to be able to divert as much as possible from the landfill, and we also need to do that in a cost conscious manner in terms of what do, what do we bring forward. We know styrofoam uses space at the landfill, and that's also a cost. So there is definitely an opportunity that I know the team will be looking to see how we can address.
Okay, so that'll be part of discussions in 2026 then?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Middleton Hope. Councillor Schmidt-Rempel.
Thank you very much. Ms. Parker, in the information we received today, there was an indication that we are responsible for the commodities sale. Can you tell me what that looks like? What's the cost-benefit analysis on this? And are we going to be hiring more staff in order to manage this? How is that going to look for us?
We won't be hiring any more staff. We have a contractor who delivers the service for us. But if we needed to go into details of the contract and how the commodities work, we'll have to go in camera for that.
Okay, and I believe we have that coming up as part of an in-camera session to discuss. I wouldn't mind going into discussing what that commodity sales look like. So if we could move to an in-camera portion, please.
Do you want, can we put that off till?
Yeah, we can put that off till we're
Certainly.
we're in the in-camera
Unless
session.
that is something that is it for information, or is it something that's going to change whether you want to have the savings or not, or?
No, I'm just wondering what.
That's not the right way to put it, but you know what I mean?
Yeah, no,
Is it just
and-
for information?
Yes.
Okay. I see no further questions, and so to open debate, I think it's Councillor Schmidt-Rempels, yes, right? Or do you want to go to close, did you?
And I
Okay.
think we probably should, but
Absolutely, we'll go into closed, and we will, and I'm just trying to find where that is here. Under section 24, advice from officials. So with that, we will return shortly. Thank you. Oh, all, and who's got the motion? I think it's coming from Councillor Croson. All in favor? At 2:41. Thank you.
No, Blaine, it was just a comment on Mr.
All right, I do have the resolution here from Councillor Schmidt-Rempel, 9.1. Are there any further questions for the extended producer responsibility for Ms. Parker or her team, or for anyone else in administration? Seeing none, I'll read the resolution by Councillor Schmidt-Rempel. Be it resolved that Council authorize the City Manager to execute and manage statements of work for depots and processing with circular materials upon terms and conditions satisfactory to the City Manager, and direct the City Manager to pay off the debt associated with the material recovery facility, 3 debentures totaling $7,588,244 from the Waste and Environment accumulated surplus, and further be resolved the City Council directed the confidential attachment 2 with respect to extended producer responsibility remain confidential pursuant to Section 16, harmful to business interests of a third party, and 24, advice from officials of the Freedom of Information Protection of Privacy Act. Councillor Schmidt-Rempel.
Thank you very much. The Alberta government has approved a regulation where the producer of printed paper and packaging is responsible for the life cycle of the material. The Alberta Recycling Management Authority is the oversight body that has created bylaws and policies to meet Alberta regulation. As part of this, Circular Materials is currently the only producer responsibility organization for printed paper and packaging, and is who would be responsible for delivering the recycling program for registered communities across the province, including Alberta. This program starts on April 1st, no joke, and is for residential recycling that is currently provided by the City of Lethbridge. And as we're looking at this, the total amount we're looking at paying off our MRF, and the total amount for that would be $7.6 million. And that would save us approximately $1.4 million in the long run over the life of the loan. So with that, if my colleagues have any debate.
No one's in debate.
With that, I will call for the vote.
Question's been called. All in favor? And that is unanimous. Thank you. And we do have someone in the audience that's here for 10.3, so we're going to skip ahead here to 10.3, and that is the Affordable and Social Housing Capital Grant for Lethbridge Housing Authority, brought by Councillor Dodick. Be it resolved, unless there's an issue, I should ask my colleagues, is that fine to move that forward? Just pushing on through? All right, thank you. Be it resolved that council amend the June 11th, 2024 resolution from the Affordable and Social Housing Capital Grant, Lethbridge Housing Authority, to include the following clause to be included within the grant funding agreement. Number one, that the LHA will ensure the property will be operated as affordable, supportive housing, utilizing a rate of 30% of the province's core net income threshold, the CNIT, for a 20-year term, which shall commence at the date of receipt of an occupancy permit, being the term, and will provide annual reports on or before December 31st of each year, verifying the facility is being used as affordable housing with the inclusion of occupancy rates throughout the year. I have no questions, so Councillor Dodick, if you want to open up for debate.
Yes, this was previously before council in the sense that some wording had to be changed. Administration didn't feel comfortable signing the agreement with the changes requested. This now puts it in council's hands to do so. I believe it's self-explanatory.
With that tongue twister, we will call for the vote. All in favor? And that is unanimous. Thank you. Councillor Middleton Hope, I believe you are in favor, correct? All right, CIP planning from Councillor Parker. Be it resolved that Council direct City Administration to, number one, place a high priority on maintaining current capital assets over building new assets when preparing proposed projects for the 2027 to 2036 capital improvement program. And number two, only include within the 2027 to 2036 CIP proposed capital projects that have been identified within existing city master plans or city asset management plans, with exceptions at the discretion of City Council. And number three, work with the community to provide information about other grant opportunities, and this would be other capital, community capital project grants, CCPG, that are available for community group capital projects. And to number four, continue to provide economic and finance SPC with updates on the 2027 to 2036 capital improvement program process. And I'll open it up first to questions, and I do have a question from Councillor Carlson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I appreciate the work that Mr. Matthews and his team put in to preparing the presentation. I know we all had a chance to read it. Through you to City Manager or Designate, I'm assuming it's Mr. Matthews. The key highlights of this, in my opinion, are it's not as rosy as the good old days when we had stronger provincial funding. And so the message that we're trying to send here, in my opinion, you can correct me if I'm wrong, is that we need to be a little more focused and not spend a lot of time trying to fill every wish list of every councillor or citizen with our capital program. We should be looking more to maintenance and necessary infrastructure. Is that the takeaway?
Can I inject? And I'm sorry, Councillor Carlson, this is a presentation.
Yeah, but I like the way you were going, so.
and my apologies to Mr. Matthews. He was thinking himself too. You know what? I don't want to do a presentation,
was like,
but
yeah, let's go.
I had a colleague mention. I'm like, oh my goodness, yes, you're right. This is a presentation, so I'm not sure if you want to answer that and continue, because I think it's important. Some highlights the presentation on this. This is quite big in light of what we've seen over the past few months. And so I think it is important, and my apologies for hopping on that without starting with that presentation. So I'll turn the time to you, Mr. Matthews, and your team, if you wanted to answer that, or do the presentation and answer the question after. Sorry.
Thank you, Mayor Higgin, and I will go through a bit of the presentation here, and you can also ask me if you want me to speed up a little bit as we go along there as well, too, on it. Consider it done. So, thank you, members of council. Once again, what I will go through today is to give you a little bit of a background, and actually I got to remember I have the the clicker here. Some of the purposes and objectives of why we were asked to bring this information to council. The CIP, or the capital project budget that we have, is actually one of the integral parts of how we develop infrastructure, or the integral part of how we develop infrastructure within the city of Lethbridge. Capital budgeting is a requirement of the MGA. Each council must adopt a capital budget for each calendar year, and the MGA requires that we prepare a 5-year capital plan. So I'm going to skip forward on a few of these slides at the very beginning here and kind of get into the components that that Councillor Carlson actually had brought up as well too. So I think the one slides, like these slides here in regards to the actual budget process and so forth, I've gone over a few times with council. So unless there's questions in regards to that, I will go to kind of the next piece of what Councillor Carlson was referring to, which is actually kind of where we are today in the funding side. So this slide here gets of a bit of an example of. So what is the capital improvement program? Well, it's a plan that matches our capital wants, needs, and priorities of the community with a financial strategy. This is where the tough decisions have to be made, and matching community wants and needs with available funding can be very difficult. So capital investment decisions are complex and do not due to the limited financial resources and the need to balance asset management priorities with the best interests of our community. And that goes exactly to what we were talking about earlier. The task of allocating limited capital resources to a wide variety of capital projects is very challenging. For the 2027 to 2030 CIP budget, there will be a limited capital funding and will require multiple projects to compete on the same funding. And I think that's probably the biggest message that we want to stress. In regards to the LGFF funding, so this is the area where one of the major sources of funding for the city is the local government fiscal framework. The local government fiscal framework is the Government of Alberta's primary program to fund local infrastructure. This program allows municipalities to build and maintain roads, bridges, water, wastewater, community recreation, and other infrastructure. The Government of Alberta's transition from the Municipal Stabilization Initiative, or MSI, to the local government fiscal framework in 2024 to 25, which resulted in a 37% decrease in total dedicated capital funding to municipalities. As shown on the chart between 2012 to 2021, the city received on average just over $21 million per year. The decreased amount is approximately $10 million per year for 2022 to 2023, and the LGFF did increase to $12 million in 2024, and we will receive $14 million in 2025 and 2026. However, this has resulted in a substantial annual decrease in the funding of over $7 million per year from the original average. And that will greatly affect our deliberations going into the 2027 to 2030 period. I've got a few slides inside the deck here, and I'm not going to spend a bunch of time going through them, but what these slides are is how that is calculated and what that looks like within the actual LGFF program, and how all municipalities get a base amount, and then based on their population and these other criteria weightings, how it comes out to be the allocations for the city. Oops. Make sure you hit the right button there. Bear with me. Let's go through this right now. Okay. So the calculation I just brought before you, this is how it ties into the amounts that I mentioned before. So in 2024, for the capital funding is $12.3 million. In 2025, that's 14.2, and then goes up to 14.3 for 2026. Those are known amounts that we know we will receive in those periods. There's also the LGFF operating component, which is $1.3 million per year. And these amounts here get used to offset operating requirements. And one of the bigger things that we've traditionally used it for is in our capital lighting, or community lighting piece, I should say. The next slide here provides a little bit of context around, so you can see how the funding framework works. The new funding framework implemented a baseline funding level of $724 million in 2024 across the province, with $382 million allocated to the cities of Calgary and Edmonton, and $342 million allocated to the remaining local governments. Overall, program funding in future years will be adjusted based on the percentage change in provincial revenues from three years prior. The funding pot will rise and fall annually at the same rate as the provincial revenue. So we would now have 100% of that range up or down. Funding amounts are more likely to keep pace with Alberta's economy. Between 2008 and 2020, provincial revenue grew at an average of 1.8% annually. But we do know coming up here, obviously with tariffs and so forth, there is a lot more uncertainty in overall revenues. There is some changes to the LGFF program from what was traditionally the MSI program, but on the most part, they were more of minor changes between the programs. Most projects that were eligible under the MSI program continue to be eligible under the local government fiscal framework. And project eligibility under LGFF include infrastructure management, libraries, parks, supports and recreation, public security and safety, public transit, roads and bridges, solid waste management, water and wastewater. We've seen an emphasis on asset management under the local government fiscal program, or LGFF program guidelines. Asset management planning and implementation is essential to supporting local municipal infrastructure and the long-term outcomes of the LGFF program. While an asset management plan is not required to receive LGFF funding, the adoption of an asset management strategies, plans, and activities by local governments of every size and type is encouraged to ensure the infrastructure investments are used in the best way possible. So what we have seen and what we, Mr. Sanchez and myself have been speaking to in regards to asset management and the importance of that, actually you're starting to see it coming into the grant programs, and we anticipate that will continue to even get stronger inside of the grant programs over the next while. The other funding source is the Canadian Community Building Fund, which was formerly known the Federal Gas Tax Fund, is the federal funding program that provided upfront to provinces and territories who in turn flow the funding into their communities. The funding allows local communities to make strategic investments in essential infrastructure such as roads, bridges, public transit, drinking water, and wastewater infrastructure and recreational facilities. The transfer-based program provides $2.4 billion per year in funding to communities across Canada. This investment is indexed at 2% and delivered in $100 million increments. The renewed CCBF administrative agreements between the Government of Canada and the provinces and territories came into effect on April 1st, 2024. These agreements will be in place until March 31st, 2034. Through these agreements, the Government of Canada will invest $26.7 billion over the 10-year agreement period, ensuring that CCBF continues to provide communities across Canada with stable, predictable sources of funding for infrastructure. And you can see in here our overall allocation and predicted allocations are pretty stable going into 2025 to 2031 based on that. So getting to where we are today. As noted earlier, with the changes in LGFF and funding amounts, the amount of grant funding available has decreased over the years. For the next budget cycle, we are estimating the total funding available to be $107 million. This would be for both Section C, transportation, and Section D, community projects. The $40 million does not include the reserve funding or our internal borrowing capacity. The $40 million will probably grow as we get closer to CIP deliberations, and we know how much we want to potentially use for from the major capital project reserve and/or any internal borrowing. However, this will not grow to be able to accommodate all the existing requests that we are seeing come through. Within the current 2022 to 2031 CIP, there is approximately $260 million in unfunded projects. That's what you're seeing on the screen currently right now. In addition to the projects listed above, other potential capital projects have been identified as provided within the submission. These are other CIP projects are from our current master plans and total over $900 million. Therefore, there will be very limited funding available for new projects for the 2027 and 2036 CIP deliberations. It is important to note that these totals do not include other infrastructure gaps. that are anticipated to be identified in future asset management plans that are being completed by the city. One of the challenges facing the next council will be, once again, will be allocating the limited financial resources to by balancing the capital priorities with the best interests of the community. Our capital budget includes projects that have one-time construction costs for items such as roads, recreation facilities, new parks, new buildings, facilities, and utility projects. And similar to past years, the 2027 to 2036 CIP, there will be 4 main sections in the CIP as identified on the screen. The proposed projects for the CIP should already be identified in either the existing CIP, a master plan, or an asset management plan. Sometimes there are projects that are included in the operating budget as a budget initiative, and sometimes they're included in the CIP. For example, technology is one of those examples, and technology items will be reviewed on a case-by-case basis to determine which budget or funding source would accommodate the proposed project that's the best. So that doesn't mean that necessarily they would go into the capital improvement program. Through policy, the City of Lethbridge places a high priority on maintaining current capital assets, projects pertaining to ongoing maintenance, such as streets and facility upgrading. Projects that are required to satisfy federal, provincial, regional, and other regulatory or legal requirements are also considered high priority projects. The task of allocating limited capital resources to a wide variety of capital projects is very challenging. In order to assist City Council in making these decisions, projects are evaluated against criteria established by administration. Since we will be working with over $1.2 billion of potential projects that only have $107 million of funding, it means that multiple projects will be competing for the same funds. The capital budget will be divided into 2 funding streams, categories, that will allow projects within the restricted funding categories to compete, I should say, with the projects within the same funding category. Funding streams are mandated projects and programs, and that is maintaining current assets and regulatory requirement projects. And once again, that's where, through city policy, the City of Lethbridge will place those high priority projects for asset management and maintenance. They'll be in that stream. Funding stream B is new infrastructure and other projects. So the City of Lethbridge has a variety of capital projects that include the costs directly related to acquire, install, and construct or develop new capital assets. That is in that B stream. What you have inside the we provided as well is the recommended scoring matrix for Stream A projects. As a CIP project prioritization criteria has been defined to ensure that the proposed capital projects align with city's asset management principles, regulatory requirements, and major planning strategies and documents. Administration will also use the prioritization criteria to evaluate capital projects before they are presented to City Council. Projects that are required to satisfy federal, provincial, regional, and regulatory or legal projects that maintain the current capital assets will actually take the priority on this stream, and that's what you'll see here. All streams, so whereas Section B will get scored, but also Section A is on the prioritization, and really what this comes down to define to ensure that proposed capital projects align with the city's asset management principles, regulatory requirements, major planning strategies, and documents. Administration will also prioritize criteria to evaluate capital projects before they are presented to City Council, and project that requires, sorry, I'm saying the same thing here in the past, I missed that. The reality is that all of this here is all the strategic documents and areas that we'll be looking at also to look at these projects. I keep forwarding my slide on my computer and not forwarding on the screen. As discussed, one of the main challenges facing City Council will be limiting financial resources and need to balance capital priorities with the best interests of the community. Additionally, it would be recommended while preparing for the upcoming capital budget that the City place only look at the maintaining current capital assets and over building new assets. This would mean the funding available for capital projects would be 100% allocated to funding Stream A, and that's what administration is recommending. If Council agrees with this recommendation, there could be some potential community projects that will be excluded from the CIP budget process. However, these projects may align with other city grant programs or incentives that provide social and economic benefit to the community. Projects that align with these programs should be submitting applications under these programs rather than the CIP budget process. And an example of that would be our Community Capital Project Grant and Make Your Mark grant programs that we have at the city. If council approves the recommendation, administration will continue communicate directly with stakeholders to set expectations on the limited funds available. Information will be provided to stakeholders that only projects that have been identified within either an existing city master plan or city asset management plans or the existing CIP process, i.e. the current ones that are in those future years, will be included in deliberations for the next time. No public invitations will be made for new CIP projects. Information will be provided about other grant opportunities. As I mentioned, the Community Capital Project Grant is one example that are available for community groups' capital projects. Additionally, where you can find other information in regards to these budget documents and our capital is on our city website. And once again, if council makes the decision or agrees with this recommendation, further information will be provided on this on our website as well. And with that, I'll stop and open it up for questions.
Councillor Carlson, as you've heard what you did you get your questions answered, or do they put more into that mind of yours?
No, I think. Oh, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think that was a much longer answer to the question that could have been yes. But further to that now, we talked about LGFF, basic transportation, all of the things. Pay as you go, which is taxpayer funded, wasn't in there. What do we have to spend as pay as you go, or is it completely allocated until 2036? I can't remember.
Members of Council, to Councillor Carlson, in regards to pay as you go, most of the funding is fully allocated all the way to 2030, 32. I can't remember the exact date in front of me right now. And the reason for that, that funding source is primarily paying for the Cavendish Center loans, as well as now, as of December, the additional money that went in there was for the LDE repayment back of our internal loan on that. After that period, it comes off, and there is room, but really it's outside of this current window of the 4-year approval before that opens up. And how the pay-as-you-go plays into that point where it becomes important in there, that allows us to either do internal loans for capital projects. So we take it out of the reserve like we did with LDE and pay it back into the reserve instead of the banks, or borrow, like in the case of the Cavendish Center project, externally through the province or another financial institution, and that becomes your principal and interest payments. But that won't really, the timing of that won't be within the 2027 to 2030 period of approval. It'll be prior to that, before that becomes available again.
Okay, so nothing in this cycle, because our capital community grant, the Making Your Mark grant, I guess my only concern, and I really appreciate this message to our community, that we need to focus on maintenance and critical infrastructure is how I would be phrasing it. Some of our community groups may have critical and necessary. And is there any, or are there any dollars, or is there any way to strengthen our grant funding to community? And they would have to follow the same strict rules as this needs to be critical, necessary, and maintenance, because I wouldn't want to see those fall behind. If they can do a small investment of $50,000 or whatever it would be. Are there any pots of money available for that?
So currently and program-wise, what we have today is a couple things the council's approved. One would be as you mentioned, the Community Capital Grant Program on that, which has, $450,000, I believe, per year, if I'm looking at the number right. I'm just going to look over my, yep, thank you. 450,000 per year that's inside of that that's allocated. The Make Your Mark was actually using up surplus of money in that period that people weren't eligible for. So that will only last as long as that one-time money to allocate out. So really that's one of the components. So there would be 450 per year in that period. The other one that council did last time as well, though, was the Affordable Capital Housing grant. So here again, one of the things that council could consider is also making sure that there's funding initiative coming through inside of the CIP to actually put some money aside for something like that, or it could be just for other community groups and so forth to put inside of there. So that is an option as one of the initiatives, and as we know that funding right now is being totally utilized for this period and was successfully utilized so far for this period, last period.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you. Councillor Middleton Hope.
Thank you, Your Worship. So this question would be to Mr. Matthews. Just for a point of clarification, not just for me, the CIP during our tenure on council this time around. It will come up next time around. So will we as council be conducting a review of committed funding to ensure that these funds still meet the needs of our citizens? Considering the actual funding versus projected wants of the city, does it not make sense to recalibrate expectations from a more small c conservative perspective? You know, we have a tendency to criticize various levels of government. So we criticize the province criticizes the federal government. Does it not make more sense then and reinforce the importance of collaboration and cooperation to gain the support of those levels of government?
To members of council, to Councillor Middleton Hope, yes, it's always good to work between and leverage both what we can do as a municipality in some of those components with both the provincial and federal governments in that regard. And I think what you're referring to as well, taking a look at some of the programs that we have existing in our CIP and whether or not they still meet the same requirements on that. If I'm
yep,
understand the question there. And if that's
correct,
if that's the case, that is exactly what we're intending to do as we walk through it. So you will see in the $107 million right now, a good chunk of that money is for annual ongoing programs. So one of the things the administration will be looking at as well as we go through that doesn't mean that the funding allocations for those existing programs will remain the same. We will take a look at those to see where it makes sense in comparison to the other priorities and needs of our assets that we own within the city of Lethbridge and some of those other needs that are inside those master plans as well. So that is part of the matrix piece that we'll be going through to make sure that we have a total of 107 million and what makes the most practical sense of using those funds.
So to put not too fine a point on it then, to conduct a comprehensive efficiency examination of all of our funding in the capital improvement project envelope is essential for us to be able to meet the needs of our community. Is that correct?
I would say, yeah, I would agree with you, Councillor Middleton Hope, that it's that we do need to take a look at that, and it's important for members of council to understand as we bring forward that information, how we've analyzed it and why we're recommending certain projects for others.
Okay, thank you very much. I have another question, but I'll wait till later.
So further to that, and I appreciate the response there, because I had a similar question, is just because, and the way you'd answered it, Mr. Matthews, is you're always going to get it. So, I mean, that may sound a little harsh, but we're going to be looking at all the different groups that are provided funding, and you know, look at the ROIs or the effectiveness of these organizations, and I think that's, and we want to make sure that the community knows as we're talking about this, we appreciate all the work that is being done within the community, but understanding that there's limited dollars, as we've seen that house that Councillor Carlson wanted to make even smaller that we have, and we want this gigantic home. So in following that, does that make sense that there will be more reviews. And we've started some other reviews. Does that look like this would be something going forward into the future to find efficiencies and cost savings?
To you, Mayor Higgin, yes, twofold, and I'll answer it a couple ways here on that, or two different avenues of it. So some of the reviews we're talking about go into the operating budget, which is the next piece of it there. So, and in fact, some of the reviews we're looking at right now our operating budget side. However, the capital budget has a significant impact on what happens on the operating budget side. So while looking at those capital projects that are coming in, whether they're city facilities, which most of them are, or roadways and so forth, we'll be looking at where is the best use, and then also, frankly, the highest risk areas that we need to prioritize first. And some of that comes from the asset management plans that Mr. Sanchez talked about, from the master plans that have came forward, that council has seen in the last little while, and so forth. So from that, we also need to take a look at what the impact will be if we do this project, this capital project, a year down the road, hitting the operating budget for needs. And as we know, one of the major things we need to focus on too is water and so forth. So those kind of examples is an example of an area where we have risk, that some of our dollars have to be going towards those projects, and where we can leverage dollars from other levels of government as well.
And I truly appreciate that, because I know we're talking capital, but it's so important to know that every time we talk capital, there's always an operating component to it. And so, I mean, I'm glad that we've done what we have done with the budgets and bringing these together, because really it's easy to throw up your hand for capital, and then all of a sudden the operating budget comes and you come with $500 million of, and you're saying, oh, by the way, you have $3 million out of all of this. And so thank you for that answer, because I think it's really important that we realize that they do walk hand in hand, a capital and an operating. So I appreciate that. Councillor Crowson.
Thank you, Mayor Higgin. Thank you very much for this, Mr. Matthews. I mean, we need to have this reality check. The community needs to have this reality check. The difficulty, though, with asset management is it works perfect in a static environment. But we are also a growing community. We know we need more housing. We know we have developers working on projects. Things may be coming to the city. How do assumptions around growth tie into this plan?
Another great question on this, and there's always the balance there. To Councillor Crowson, in regards to balance, in regards to the how do you deal with growth versus our asset priorities that are there today. So some of the ideas, some of the projects, and I'm just going to say a couple that are in there too, that you could take a look at, say, an existing facility, and that facility can now be replaced with a new facility that can actually double the capacity and so forth. That means you have to tear down an old facility. That example there would help us on growth, but it would also help us on getting rid of aging infrastructure, and would be considered as an asset replacement component. So that would be one of the ways that we could take a look at it inside of there for growth. Other things typically we always try to say growth pays for growth, and take a look at it, but historically we know that isn't always the case. And when you take a look at our peers that have really fast growth that happens in their, sometimes in their communities, of course, that doesn't happen either. So that's going to be one of those balancing acts of how much of the funds in the end should be for existing assets, and how can they support growth in our economy as well, compared to putting some of those funds into brand new additional components over existing assets. The unfortunate time is right now is that we have gone down in a bit of a dip in our funding. We have a lot of asset pieces that are coming up that need maintaining or replacement, and so really most of it we're recommending should go to that first bit, with the eyes that the projects that can also help with growth areas would get a bit more of a higher score in those other criteria. That's that second criteria list that you saw on that slide deck.
And the reason I bring it up, you know I don't believe that growth pays for growth. I think that's kind of a Ponzi scheme we've created in communities. The other thing is that it's also the importance of looking at siloing, so that we're looking at the CIP, but we also have the land use bylaw that we're looking at, and how infills, as much as people may not love them, is using the infrastructure we already have built and not needing us to have new roads and new infrastructure built. So how is this CIP plan going to be communicated to and work with all the other work that the city is doing so that, we're not saying in the land use bylaw, go build more acres. Like, how do we connect all that?
Well, and I'm looking over to my colleague, Mr. Sanchez, as well as we go through this, but that one of the things that we would be looking at in this regard is that's in the scoring side of it. So, i.e., when we're looking at infrastructure and infrastructure replacements in an area, knowing that it ties into other discussions on incentives. If we're incentivizing whether affordable housing projects or incentivizing development in the downtown core or other areas, what's the infrastructure that's in that area? And if we need to do an upgrade, that probably would take more priority in that area than maybe priorities in other areas that we're not incentivizing. So it all comes down to the strategic plan for council and the growth strategy piece. But I'm not sure if Mr. Sanchez wants to add something on there as well.
The only thing I was going to add is, I think Mr. Bradley and I are connected because I was thinking about the same thing, is the integrated growth management strategy. We are currently working on bringing that forward, and when we talk about an integrated growth management, it's not only on the planning side, but it's also on the infrastructure side, the underground, is all the different elements that come into play, and we are currently working on how we can connect all those links. It's going to take time, but we are currently working on that.
So the last thing I want to say is not only is this a message for council and future council, whomever that might be, and for the community, but equally a message for all of our departments about make sure everything we do works together. So, thank you. Thank you, Mayor Higgin.
Thank you, Councillor Crowson. Councillor Schmidt-Rempel.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Matthews, you spoke to the CCBF funding, and it is in place, the agreement in place till 2034. Is that funding subject to Bill 18?
Technically, I think it is, but I think the way it works in that is because our applications are already in place, we already have it there, and I'd have to look at it a bit more of how we're going to have to handle the application process. Okay. So I know it's something that we have talked with our legal team on, is to take a look at when we send in an application to the province, is that part of it because they manage those pieces for us? Is that application the same thing as an agreement, and what's the terminology there? Right. So technically it is, but I know we're doing a little bit more work on it. I don't know if Mr. Lowen has anything further he would mention on that.
All grants from the federal government will be covered by the Provincial Priorities Act. The exact order in which it happens, from when you send an application or how it gets approved, those details aren't clear yet from the regs and the act. But.
Okay, so we're still waiting for clarification on that?
Well, I think they're just waiting to build the minutia of how the process works,
okay.
But that the act and the regulations are out, and it's clear that there'll be some exemptions, but they haven't announced what the exemptions will be yet. But yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Schmidt-Rempel. Councillor Dodick.
I want to thank the 18 people that are watching us right now online. This follows up on the question that Councillor Schmidt-Rempel asked. This is, how can we work on capital projects where we can't deal directly with the feds? We have to get approval from the province first. Like, how do you stick handle that?
Yeah, thank you. Through members council to Councillor Dodick in that regard, or Brian, in that regard. So yes, we don't know exactly the nature of what it's going to look like going back and forth. We do know that we still would apply and we'd still work on some of those components to get the implication. We know that they have to actually have a bit of a sign-off period, so there'll be timing pieces of it. More of that will come out throughout the fall. And I think actually Mr. Gaucher is going to actually help me out on this one so I don't stumble through it.
Thank you, Daryl. We've looked at the regulation, and we believe that our intent is to proceed with when appropriate with applying for those federal grants. And when the Provincial Priorities Act comes into play, what we would, if we are fortunate enough to be approved for a federal grant that exceeds $100,000, we would, essentially how it would change our process is we would then send that agreement to the province for approval prior to us actually signing and executing the agreement with the federal government.
Oh, thank you. Well, then that leads me to the next question is, this seems like bureaucracy on bureaucracy on bureaucracy. So that means that we're going to have to get, you're still going to be applying. You're going to have to get permission. So my question is, how are you going to track the time it takes to do all this? So you're going to have city staff making applications and then trying to get those applications vetted, and which may or may not receive provincial approval. So there's got to be a cost associated with that. And how could you possibly track that?
That would prove to be a challenge.
I see Gerald looking at me.
No, not an angry letter. I'm just saying, you know, we were talking earlier about partnerships. Okay. There's no partnership. That's my comment.
Yeah, so your comments are accurate. So that the extra time required and the delays are something we've considered. This is still fairly new, so that's something we will still work our way through to get the actual facts on what those delays truly look like, as well as the time and effort associated.
All right. Next, Councillor Middleton Hope.
Just a quick question to Mr. Matthews. In reviewing the document that Red Deer, a population slightly smaller than ours, is receiving approximately $3 million more in LGFF funding. Do we understand why that is?
Thank you, Councilman Hope, for the question. Not precisely. We'd have to go through the formula, you know, that was within the package. There's a number of different criteria as to why, and one of them is kind of the age and so forth of assets. And if I look back there, you know, the average cumulative TCA amortization, which means to anyone else but a bean counter how old your asset is on that. So that may be the reason why they're getting a little bit more than ourselves in the funding formula.
Yeah, that combined with the infusion of a significant infusion of capital into the hospital in Red Deer seems to create a disparity between the two cities. So I'd certainly like us to explore that with the provincial government to determine if there's any rationale behind that. Thank you.
All right. Any further questions? Seeing none, I will move to the from Councillor Parker. Be it resolved as council direct city administration to place a high and I've already read this resolution. I'm sure it's up on the screen as well out in our package. I'll turn it over to Councillor Parker for debate.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, and thank you very much to our administration. This shouldn't be any surprise. This resolution and this presentation comes from conversations we've had with our city manager and our city, our city treasurer over the last year, if not over a year. We know the pressures, we know the situations that we're in, just like any other municipality. But I think this kind of sends a message to the community to not come with open arms thinking, you know, we're flush with money or we're the Bank of Lethbridge, and that we're going through some tough times like any other municipality or other corporation. So at least we set the stage if this resolution is passed, but this resolution symbolizes the conversations we've had over the last year and a half in regards of what we see coming down, and so now we kind of have codified it through a resolution so people know where we stand. So I'd ask for council support.
Question has been called. All in favor? And that is unanimous. Thank you. Move to administrative submissions, and I have one from Councillor Parker. 2025 property auction reserve bids. Be resolved that council establish the terms and conditions outlined in attachment 1, and number 2, set the reserve bids for each parcel of land and designated manufactured home as detailed in attachment 2 to offer for sale at the public tax auction scheduled for Thursday, April 3rd, 2025 at 11 a.m. in the Culver City Meeting Room at City Hall. And I do have a question on that one for Mr. City Manager or his designate. This is, when we read this, I'm sure that there's a lot of folks out there going, oh my goodness, this is what's going on. What are we auctioning off? This is on a yearly basis. This does happen. But by the time it comes to this auction, it is my understanding that it's limited, if any, actually, these taxes are cleared prior to that date. Is that fair to say?
Yes. Oh, go ahead. I didn't see you put your light on.
Okay, I like that answer. Yes, so thank you very much. So this is, we do need to do this as council, but understand that usually this does not go through. So it seems like such a, yeah. Yeah. So Councillor Campbell.
Thank you, Your Worship. This is, there are actually 21 properties and 3 designated manufacturers' home that are behind in taxes, and as part of the tax recovery process, in accordance with the Municipal Government Act, we've got to set a reserve bid for each parcel of land and designated manufactured home for public tax auction. Also, council has to establish the terms and conditions apply to sales. The reserve bids have to align as close as reasonably possible to the property's market value. So anyway, the reserve bids are set for April the 3rd, 2025 at 11 a.m. in the Culver City Meeting Room at City Hall. But as you say that often these things are resolved, but this is part of the MGA that we have to do this.
So question has been called?
Unless there's any other questions.
Question been called. All in
Question
favor?
called.
All right, thank you. Next, a resolution from Councillor Middleton Hope and needle debris mitigation grant funding. Be it resolved that council approve the expenditure of $345,000 from the Government of Alberta for fiscal years 2025 to 2027 to support costs related to the effective collection and disposal of drug-related debris to mitigate potential community harm. Councillor Middleton Hope.
Thank you, Your Worship. I have a question for on this particular motion, if that would be permitted.
Absolutely.
Good. So first of all, I appreciate the funding that is going to be provided for this absolutely essential process within our city. But at the bottom of the second page, it says to spend additional dollars that are not in the operating budget. So I want to understand, and I think the public has a right to understand, how much in addition to HOA funding, GOA funding rather, of $345,000 over the 3 years, and where would it come from if we're being asked to pony up some additional funds? I wonder if you could respond to that.
Certainly, Councillor Middleton Hope, and Mr. Pitcher is here and can correct me if I get anything wrong, but it's additional funds from the province to the tune of $345,000 that is above and beyond what was included in the budget. So we would need council authorization to proceed with those additional funds.
So are we anticipating that the $345,000 over the 3 years will not cover the costs to mitigate needle debris?
I'll let Mr. Pitcher come up and speak to the specifics of that.
Okay.
Thank you for the question. Someone's taller than me. I believe that our anticipation is that this several years, and it is being run by our downtown business revitalization zone, and it's in tandem with work that is being funded by the municipality, but they are independent contracts, so we don't anticipate an additional municipal burden above and beyond what is being provided here by the province.
Thank you, Mr. Pitcher. Then back to Mr. Brierley. Then that sentence on the second page of the document doesn't seem to align with what Mr. Pitcher has said or my question. So is it just an add-on for good measure, or perhaps you can just explain that?
Thank you, Councillor Middleton Hope. I'm going to jump in here for Mr. Brierly on this one. So we typically put that in. That is actually some basically out of the, well, it's pretty much directly out of the MGA, Section 248, that where we don't have budgetary approval already in our operating budget or capital budget or within another resolution, we must come forward and ask, get a resolution for the expenditure of those funds unless it's an emergent item like during an emergency situation. So what it's really, and we could retweak this in here for future to make it a little bit more clear on that, is that in this example where we get a grant in place that we haven't anticipated that we're going to get in the operating budget, we have to come forward and ask for permission for council to spend those dollars per the Municipal Government Act. And that's really all that was intended to mean, that paragraph.
Right, and I certainly understand that. What my concern is the request for additional funds. There is no additional request for funds. Is that clear?
That is right. So that's where we'll put something in there just to say that, so it's a little bit more clear. It doesn't talk about the next lineup, but it's not that clear in there. We'll make it more clear in the future to say that there's no additional city funding required. There's only directly from the funding required from this grant.
Great. Thank you very much. Then I guess back to your worship and to my colleagues, certainly open it up for questions then.
Yeah, there are no further questions. I did want to just, I guess I do have a question, but the expenditure, this isn't, from what I understand, in addition to, because I'm looking at what's happening out there in our community, and I think it's been, whatever's being done, it's been fantastic. The work that's being done as far as needle debris mitigation and the cleaning, et cetera. So this is the same amount, or am I reading this is in addition to what we have? Because if that's the case, I'm really confused, because the work that's been done right now is, I don't want to say it's a waste of $345,000, but I'm concerned that there's $345,000 going to something that's already been done extremely well.
Thank you, Mayor Higgin. I'll get to Mr. Pritchard to come up, but I think the short answer to that, and I hope I'm correct on this one, is that no, it's not. It's separate money. This is the money that it does the needle debris to work, but I'll let Mr. Pritchard give a more clarification around the programs that we have.
So we have funding in place currently that runs until the end of March of this year. This is for the funding that would begin starting April, and so it's basically a contract extension, a new term for new funding to continue doing the same work ongoing.
I appreciate hearing that, because it's not in addition to, it's just this one ends and the new contract. Thank you. Appreciate that. Because I think the way that the resolution is written, there's a couple things here. The expenditure, that's fine, but I guess if we go back to the video, we'll see this. I'll say it's fine the way that it is. So back to Councillor Middleton, hope to open debate.
Good, thank you. The debate is fairly simplistic. I think Mr. Pritchard has provided us with some keen insights into this is an extension of existing funding that will be used over the next 3 years. And I'll open it up for any other comments from my colleagues.
I see no more, so I can take that as your opening and closing?
You can.
All right. All in favor? And that is unanimous. Thank you.
Thank you.
I just have an admin inquiry that will be coming back, and it's submitted by Councillor Middleton Hope, and it's investment in housing in the city of Lethbridge. For the city manager or designate to outline all funding, municipal, provincial, and federal, that has gone to support housing in the city of Lethbridge, specifically within the last 5 years, and what impacts have these funds had on reducing housing pressures in Lethbridge on a year-over-year basis. And so that was put in on March, or will be provided a written response on or before March 25th. And so just let the community know that that is out there, and thank you, Councillor Middleton Hope, for that inquiry. And I'll turn now to Council up. Oh, I'm sorry, Councillor Carlson, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a question on the inquiry. Nope. Because I like the idea of tracking and measuring things. You don't know where you're going if you don't know where you've been. But we have a policy on inquiries. Sorry, and when I read this is a lot of time to do all housing and track how it's impacted, so I'm just curious about the extent of this.
Good question. So, thank you. So that's, Mr. Pitcher actually has some questions. He needs some clarification on it, which is directly related to the amount of time that may be required. So, Mr. Pitcher?
And thank you for that question. This actually leads into the clarification we were looking for. We have funding that flows through the municipality from the provincial and federal governments. For example, one that most of us are familiar with is the Federal Reaching Home Funding. It's paid for by the federal government, but it's administered by the municipality. Any of those dollars that are flowing through the municipality or the municipal taxation that's gone towards these efforts, quite straightforward for us to get. In terms of getting other funding, that's where it becomes a lot more complicated because it's not funding that flows through us. We don't have that information readily available.
If I may, so I think the answer is fairly obvious. The latter would be a staff report level, which would be a lot of time and effort, and we might still not get everything, whereas the first one's fairly easy.
And that was, thank you, Mr. Mayor, that was going to be some of my follow-ups is there are other organizations, Lethbridge Housing, Green Acres, L'Arche, private developers that all access all of these pots of money. And so maybe to Councillor Middleton Hope, was that your intent or was it just municipal expenditures? Because we don't even know, we wouldn't be informed on what dollars are coming into the community from the province or feds if it doesn't come through us. So is it just the municipal, which I believe Mr. Pitcher said we could do, and it would be under the $2,000?
I think it would be fairly straightforward for us to get that in a timely manner. Yes.
And so that's the question to my colleague is I don't know how broad you wanted to go with this.
So, thank you for the retort. I appreciate that. I think it's important. And I think you recognize as well, as do my colleagues, recognize accountability when we are spending the taxpayers' dollars. I don't quite candidly have any idea how much money we are spending on housing and whether or not we are getting a good dollar for the value. I would like to hear that if we start with municipal funding to begin with, and there is not necessarily a timeline of March the 25th. I'm interested in good value. I'm not just interested in quick value. So I'd like to know what it is that we are spending on housing. Are we having an impact? Are reducing homelessness in the city? Is it having any kind of an impact? Did we have 360 people that were in need of housing 5 years ago, and we need houses for 762 people this year, or only 250 people? I'd like to know what that is, because I think that's important for us as a community to have an understanding for where those tax dollars are going. So that's what I'm interested in.
So, and thank you, Councillor, for that, because what I heard from that first was that municipal is where you'd like to start, or the dollars that we're putting in. So hopefully that
we control
some clarity.
Yeah.
The other section that Councillor Middleton Hope talked to at the end there was the impacts, and that gets, I don't mind hard numbers if that's what Councillor Middleton Hope wants to get to. We've invested $8 million. Out of that, we've created 320 doors, and we still need to create 4,000 more. Something like that, I don't mind.
Yep.
But it's going to vary on a year-to-year basis as we population increase. So, Councillor Middleton Hope, is something like what I elucidated that I thought I heard you say, that let's look at municipal dollars and how many doors, what kind of impacts those have had?
Correct.
Thank you.
Very lucid.
I think you got that, Mr. Pitcher.
Does that help?
Clarifies for you?
Yeah, so what I'm hearing is municipal taxation dollars that have been put towards homelessness, specifically for the creation of units, essentially. I guess the only clarification further that I'd look for is anything regarding housing support, so rental subsidies, those types of things. Are we talking only capital, or are we talking operational as well, I guess, would be the only clarification required.
Councillor Middleton Hope, does that include operational as well, or?
Well, that's a good question, Mr. Pitcher. perhaps you might want to comment on that. What kind of an impact will that have on your evaluation?
So municipal taxation provides essentially a couple streams of funding. We have the Lethbridge Economic Assistance Fund, which is funding administered through the operational budget to Lethbridge Housing Authority. They provide rental subsidies, rent arrears, those types of payments to individuals that are experiencing or could be soon experiencing homelessness. Above and beyond that, we have the Affordable and Social Housing Capital Fund, which provides capital funding to housing projects, and that's where we see the driver of new creation of affordable housing units, subsidized housing units. And so if it's tied to operational, we would likely expand our reach to things like reaching home funding, like I mentioned, that flows through the city, and historically other funding sources that have contributed to rental subsidies and those types of supports. If we were only looking at the capital, it would be very straightforward because it's very tangible outcomes that we can look at. The social return on investment is often hard to quantify, so that's why I ask.
Well, I'm glad that you did. What I think you've just done is you've clearly identified that this is a complex issue, that this is not just a series of numbers. So this is going to take us some time to work through, but I think it's necessary in terms of providing not only council, but also administration and our community with a clearer understanding of what we're actually expending and what our return on on those expenses are. So if the first phase is to examine it from a data-driven perspective, then fine. If you want to look into this farther in the future, where we have a look at what the operating costs are going to be and the operating impact is going to be on the funding sources, then that perhaps could be phase 2. Does that make sense? Oh, you're giving me one of those eyebrow looks.
I believe it makes sense. So what I'm hearing is we would be coming back with the capital first and then following up with operational, following new direction from council.
That sounds good.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I think that when it comes to that point there, this is an inquiry, a very deep inquiry. It may be a resolution that would have to come, because that is a lot of work. But I think to that point, I appreciate you bringing that forward, Councillor Middleton-Hope, because to know what we've got with what we've put in is of importance, so I appreciate that. All right. Council updates. Do you have any council updates? Councillor Schmidt-Rempel.
Thank you very much. Some highlights from the February 26th Police Commission meeting. That includes we received a presentation from CompStat with regards to performance metrics, as well as the 2024 Annual Professional Standards Unit Report. We also received the 2024 year-end data, where we saw that crime in Lethbridge decreased by 16% in 2024. That resulted in an 18% reduction in the city's crime severity index. The reduction in crime has also led to an increase in the perception of safety. In 2024 LPS community survey, 70% of respondents reported they felt safer in the community, up from 65% in 2023. The full commission agenda is available on the commission's website. On February 27th, Ms. Kleisinger, Mr. Gauthier, and myself attended our first intercity forum on social policy. As part of the roundtable discussions, we were asked to present on a social well-being and mental health project that we'd recently undertaken. So I spoke to the recent childcare study and ensuing motion from council. We also received presentations on Radius Community Health and Healing and online interventions to prevent family violence and suicide ideation. I'm happy to supply links to those for anyone who would like more information. On February 28th, I attended a session by Alberta Municipalities and its report on Alberta's 2025 budget. Alberta Municipalities has sent that documentation out to all of council for us to review. And on March 5th to 7th, Mayor Higgin, Councillor Middleton-Hope, and myself attended the President's Summit on Civility and the Alberta Municipalities Spring Leaders Caucus. That was up in Edmonton. Some great learnings there with sessions on Alberta's political landscape, promoting a civil social media landscape, mastering conflict in local government, and preparing Alberta's future municipal leaders. We also heard from government officials on various topics. I will be preparing some notes and we'll share those out with the rest of council.
Thank you, Councillor Crowson.
I just want to use the time to remind everybody, Home and Garden Show is Thursday to Saturday. So, we can all get out to that, tell the community, support it, and support everything helping at Ag Expo. And the other thing is, if you are at the Hurricanes game on Friday and you are buying a raffle ticket to support United Way, please buy it from me, because I like to be competitive and win. I don't think there is actually a competition to see who sells most raffle tickets, but I will try to win anyways.
Thank you. And with that, we will go, I think that is it, into closed. I have a motion to go in closed, and it's be it resolved that we do now enter a closed meeting at 4:14 p.m. to discuss confidential matters with respect to item 14.1 as per section 17, harmful to personal privacy, 19, confidential evaluations, 23, local public body confidences, 24, advice from officials of the Freedom of Information Protection and Privacy Act. Councillor Middleton Hope. All.
Yes, call a question.
Question called. All in favor? All right. And we
Blaine? Yeah. Did I miss government relations and advocacy? Did I miss government relations and advocacy? 3.1?
All right. Yeah, we went through that. I was thinking the same thing, but thank you. All right. So I do have two resolutions here. One from Councillor Dodic from closed meeting 14.1. Be it resolved, the City Council ratify the following representatives to the Economic Development Lethbridge Board of Directors in accordance with the 2016 Memorandum of Understanding between the City of Lethbridge and Economic Development Lethbridge for a 2-year term effective immediately and ending at the 2027 Economic Development Lethbridge Annual General Meeting. Number 1, Byron Jackson, Indigenous Sector. He's the incumbent. And number 2, Alan Stalker, Senior Sector from Norbridge Senior Center. And further be resolved, the City Council directs the closed meeting documents in discussion with respect to the ratification of representatives to boards, commissions, and committees remain confidential pursuant to Section 17, harmful to personal privacy, 19, confidential evaluations, 23, local public body conferences, and 24, advice from officials of the Freedom of Information Protection and Privacy Act. Councillor Dodic? Question been called. All in favor? And that's unanimous. And the second one moved by. Okay. By Councillor Schmidt-Rempel. Recommendation of Governance Standing Policy Committee. Motion arising. Be it resolved that City Council direct administration to ascertain which councillors will be attending the upcoming Federal Confederation of Municipalities event and prepare an advocacy plan for the event. And further be resolved that City Council directed the closed session discussions with regards to recommendations of Governance Standing Policy Committee. Motion arising remain confidential in accordance with Section 24, advice from officials of the Freedom of Information Protection and Privacy Act. Councillor Schmidt-Rempel.
I will
Been
call.
called.
Yep.
All in favor? And with that, thank you. We are adjourned. Thanks, John.